ナルファイファイナルファイ
出たジャンピングファイナルドライバーからおっとバックドロップ
ファイナルファイ
スーパーファミコンで好評発売中。
カプコン。
でっかい速いこれはすごい楽しさ全開 NEC の PC エンジン用ソフト続々登場。
感性とは人間に残された最後の野生だと思います。
NEC のパソコン PC8800 シリーズ。
NEC
Warrior, thief, conqueror, king, Conan.
100メガショックネオジオ。About time you got here. What's that supposed to prove?
Talking to you.
すごい奴らが帰ってきた。スーパーリアルアクションゲーム「勇子の剣2」。
You're one of a kind. Everybody SNK.
Ultima Exodus for the Nintendo Entertainment System. Once you start playing, nothing else matters.
本当のあなたは会社は知らない。ビジュアルが動き出す。言葉が語りかける。感動が知識になる。富士通のハイパーメディアパソコン FM タウンズ2。富士通。
Okay, kid, show me what you got. Yeah, right. Next. Yes. Next. Ooh, scary. Next. Next. Next.
Final Fantasy III. Do you have what it takes? Final Fantasy III from Squaresoft.
Next.
It's Mega World.
釣れない遊びは愛せない釣れない遊びは愛せない釣れない愛せない
サウンドの映像の新次元天下無敵のスペクタルハイパーアタッチメントメガ CD セガ
インタラクティブシネマポリスノーツ from Konami.
Hey, you want to see crazy? I'll tell you.
誰も知らないアクションゲーム、誰も知らないスリル。戦わない、隠れる、見つからないようにする、見つけた、あ、スリル。名前はメタルギアソリッド。スリル。
Konami。
朝まで怒ろうぜ。
瀬形三四郎。はあ、ほりゃ、ほりゃ。
瀬形三四郎。
瀬形三四郎。
3つのドラマの RPG シャイニングフォース3セガサターン。
Biohazard 2.
All right. I've had a lot of problems trying to get this game to run properly, but hopefully those are all solved now. I'm going to run it back and go back from the beginning. And I'm also going to go a little bit deeper into the manuals than last time, as I feel like there was some story there I was kind of really unclear about. So get cozy, because we got lots of reading to do. Let me just get it up on the screen here. All right. We got our Lamia queen there. A little bit too big. And get a bit of background tunes here too. Alright, Worlds of Ultima, Savage Empire. I'm happy with that. Okay, Ultimate Adventures, 35 cents. Cool little front cover there in the old Strange Tales sort of style. The old pulp magazines, which is the overall style of this whole game, which I think is really interesting and pretty fun. It's got good jungle beats and a nice style. A real departure from the medieval stuff from the previous games. So we have our racy front cover, done by Keith Beardack. So thanks for that, Keith. What a wonderful picture. The Wild Basin Expedition returns. I like how it's all set up like it's been a magazine that's been going on for a while. Though I do wonder why it's all done in an old style when it's 1990. Everybody's all dressed like old-ass explorers. It's the 90s. They should be wearing plaid and listening to Nirvana. A lot of fun, colorful stuff here in the beginning. Just a setup by some unnamed editor saying that everything inside has been written by Jimmy, one of the characters from this game. And his first-hand accounts wandering around with the Avatar, which is us. And then some fun little write-in letters here from some readers that don't really talk about anything, but they are kind of interesting because they detail some of the crafting that you can do in the game. Except for this one. This last one's a little weird. Talking about some guy who died. I regret to inform you that my occasional collaborator, your regular contributor, Kent Lang, will not be able to provide you with the Modern Savages series he had previously promised, owing to his unfortunate recent death. As you will recall, Kent's thesis was that we were entering an era of new tribes and savage races in the form of street gangs of large American metropolises. Yeah, that's pretty dated. There's a lot of problems like that in the early 90s. His plan was to approach the study of these gangs in a matter of an anthropologist, studying a hitherto unknown culture, trying to examine them with the perspective of a 19th century researcher finding African or South American tribes for the first time. Unfortunately, he didn't follow his plans to the letter. According to the police reports, at a gathering of the tribe he was attempting to study, he was offered a disgusting-looking quantity of meat, and not thinking, refused it. In his mind, he placed the offer of food in the context of 20th century America, as though it was an appetizer at a dinner party. But it was, in fact, a ritual offering from the leader of the gang in question, and his refusal mortally offended the chief. Lane's severed head was found the next day. The rest of his body had not been found. Jesus. Unkind rumors speculate that he may have ended up as a party offering for the next guests of the gang in question. Came across a bunch of cannibals. A word of advice to your readers. Even in the 20th century, it's not safe to presume that any familiar-looking custom from someone else's culture is the same as yours, even if he lives just down the block from you. Keep your eyes and ears open. Refuse offerings only when you're sure that what they mean. And find out quickly as possible what is expected of you in return. Anita Van Sloan, Houston, Texas. The editor says Kent Lang was one of the best. He will be missed. RIP. So we have a awesome sketch drawing of the Avatar, myself right there. There's Jimmy. He's the man who's written a lot of... I don't think he's written what we're about to read. I think that's supposed to be done by myself. But the clue book we'll be referencing throughout the game is all written from Jimmy's perspective. And Rafkin hiding there in the back. So, Valley of the Thunder Lizards. This is going to be a lot, so... I think it's like 10 or 12 pages. Valley of the Thunder Lizards, Chapter 1, Strange Departures by the Avatar. The roar, a shrill bellow like metal dying in the grip of crushing machinery, broke the stillness of the forest, startling birds into flight, waking me from sleep. But the force was strange. Huge, thick trees like twisted palms blotted out the sunlight. Giant ferns hungrily devoured what little light made it to the forest floor. The fleeing birds were misshapen, with short stubby wings, long plumed tails, beaks filled with teeth, and cold reptilian eyes. And I didn't know why I was here. I had no memory of coming to this place, of ever having seen it before. Quickly I rose and took stock of the situation, of myself. I was dressed for the occasion. I wore durable riding pants, a rugged safari-style shirt, and high boots which could withstand a lot of abuse in the field. On my belt was a sheathed Bowie knife, an old trusted friend. Hell yeah. Can never go wrong with a good bit of steel on your side. And I was. That brought me up short. I didn't know who I was. My name and my reason for being here were utterly gone. There was a hard pocket of vacuum where my memory should be. That distant scream sounded again, startling me out of my reverie. I began moving in that direction. Perhaps where things were happening, I'd find some key to the memories which were locked away from me. Was this a dream? I pinched myself. I wish I hadn't. It smarted. I concentrated on my surroundings, and the level of detail I perceived didn't suggest a dream. I saw hundreds of light slivers penetrating the green canopy above. I felt oppressive, I felt the oppressive, humid weight of the air. I smelled the mirrored odors of a living jungle. If this was a dream, it was dangerously real. Ahead, the jungle opened up into a clearing. Branches and fronds above lengthened to block out the sun, except for one dazzling shaft of golden sunlight which struck down at the center of the glade. I moved forward, taking advantage of available cover, trying to spot whatever thing had made that terrible cry. As I reached to the edge of the glade, I spotted movement. A silhouette, a lithe form, moving gracefully through the clearing, carrying a spear at the ready. The figure brushed past the shaft of light, and was illuminated. She was a young woman. She was part of this place, no outsider like myself. Her abbreviated garments were cut from leopard-spotted furs. I can only guess what abbreviated garments look like. The head on her spear was stone. The coppery tone of her skin suggested the aboriginal tribes of the Americas, and her features. She didn't have the pouty, perfect features preferred by modeling agencies, but oh, she was beautiful. Her brown eyes were alert, and there was intelligence and concentration in them. Her lips, slightly parted, carried no expression, but looked as though they were made to curl into a heart-rending, happy smile. Dang. Her dark hair was wild, tumbling mass. A look natural and effortless for her, which 1,000 hairstylists could never duplicate. She had the balanced and confident step of an athlete. She was a jungle cat, reincarnated as a woman. The Avatar's gotta get some water in him. He's thirsty as fuck. I must have made some noise, for the woman turned, on guard. The shaft of light spilling across her, she turned to face in my direction. It was unlikely that she could see me, but her eyes seemed to fix on me, like one arrested by the gaze of a panther. I froze. Then that metallic scream sounded again. From just the other side of the glade, the woman whipped around to face it, and both she and I saw the source of the scream. It lumbered out of the gloom, a silhouette as tall as a two-story house. A giant reptile moving on two massive legs. It was all in darkness, except for its teeth, a double row of serrated fangs picked out by a stray shaft of light. It charged the woman, moving like a hungry express train. Not thinking, I did the same, hoping, what? To catch her up and outrun that eating machine on legs? To drag the reptile down and butcher it with my pitiful knife? Hell yeah. I didn't know, I didn't think, I moved. But in an instant, the light faded, except for where I stood. Gone were the noise and the humidity. All vanished as though someone killed the lights and struck the set in 1 second. I stopped, alert, trying to slow my breathing in spite of the adrenaline that had just jolted through me. This place is real. The speaker was behind me. I whipped around, hand on my knife hilt, but the speaker held no menace for me. The woman is real. It was a man graying gracefully into his middle age. His beard and mustache were neatly trimmed, and his eyes intelligent. He wore colorful robes. On his head was a golden crown of simple design. The beast is real, but it is the least of their dangers. I knew him. A memory of him began to surface in my mind. I trusted him. I struggled to speak, but no words emerged. Find out about the ruined moonstones, my friend. Your own stone will not take you there, but you must have it there. The light faded, my eyes opened. I sat up on my own bed, in my room. My name and memories were restored to me. It was all a dream! Who was that there at the end? A man graying gracefully, with a beard and mustache. Intelligent. Colorful robes and a crown. LB! It had all been a dream. But as my memories came back to me, so did the truth. For the last several nights, I'd had the same dream, varying in no detail, except that this was the first time he had appeared in the dream. Ha, nice. You got a little silhouette of the man himself there. It was Lord British who had spoke to me at Dream's End. Lord British! There's little room here to talk about him. I wouldn't want to, anyways. Suffice it to say that he is a man of wisdom and spiritual strength, a master of powerful brand of mysticism. He rules a remarkable land, which few modern men will ever be lucky enough to see. From time to time, he calls on me for help. I have never failed him. He's also a lazy bastard. Nor would I now. His command was clear. Find out about the ruined moonstones. I had a moonstone, brought with me from the place Lord British ruled. It was a smooth, polished black stone, much like a piece of onyx, possessing remarkable properties. But it was in no way ruined, so far as I knew. Who would know? I've made some knowledgeable friends over the years. My thoughts immediately went to Professor Rafkin. Elliot Rafkin is a man of too many skills and interests, and too little time. He spent his years learning as much as he could about all manner of sciences and studies. If he couldn't tell me what I needed to know, he could tell me at least who would. I dressed quickly. With conscious irony, I chose the same clothes I'd been wearing in the dream, and slid my faithful bowie knife into a boot sheath. It was time to track down the source of my dreams. I might as well be as I appeared in my dreams. Yeah, that's kind of goofy. Why I have a 18th century explorer outfit sitting in my closet, I don't know. When I first met Professor Rafkin, he was a teacher. He's now the curator of the local Museum of Natural History. And though he's eminently qualified for that job, he wasn't actually hired for his depth of scientific knowledge. Rafkin has a talent with people. His enthusiasm for science is so infectious that it drags others in his wake. He can speak with an entrepreneur for a half an hour on topics which could not interest the person less. Shipwrecks off the coast of Turkey, reoccurrences of legends between Greeks and Aztecs, spectroscopic analysis of moon rocks, and walk away with a generous check, an endowment to his museum. This isn't manipulation. He never intends to come away with money, but he does again and again. It's Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm traveling with Neil deGrasse Tyson. The museum has set him up with his own laboratory toward the back of the building. Rafkin's assistants handle the cataloging of artifacts and arrangements of displays. The museum directors trot him out to meet important people, to attend luncheons, to lecture at universities. But the rest of the time, Rafkin does what he wants and can usually be found puttering around his lab. At the museum, I avoided the main entrance and walked into the unmarked side door, which serves as Rafkin's private entrance. I pressed the signal button beside the door. When answering, the buzz indicated the door was unlocked. I entered. Now you must understand, any busy city street, with its crowds and traffic, is orderly compared to Rafkin's lab. In this room, on its tables, there's no telling what you'll find. I'm used to walking in and seeing scale models of long-buried cities, scientific equipment still in crates, stacks of books and dissertations, sparking machinery whose purpose I couldn't possibly figure out, and jars of preserved organs. It's unsettling to have the contents of mason jars staring at you while you're visiting an old friend. Eyeball jars! Today was no exception, but Rafkin wasn't here. Instead, sitting in the room's one padded chair was an angular young man dressed in a two-piece suit, its waist a little too high, its lapels a little too broad. He looked as though he sprang from a 1930s nostalgia show. All of you do. It's the 90s. Get current. He jumped up, too full of energy, as I entered. Hi, he said, stuck out his hand, and I shook it. I'm Jimmy Malone. I imagine you're here to see Professor Rafkin. Yeah, he'll be back in a second. Gone to talk to his mummy. Don't knock yourself out laughing. Who are you? He gave me a sudden intense look. I know who you are. Oh, what a file we have on you. Every so often you disappear for days on end. Usually you come back really tanned. Your neighbors are curious about all that, you know. Care to comment? He fumbled around his jacket pocket and drew out a battered notebook. I closed my eyes for a moment and sighed. Great. A reporter. I've come to visit my friend and I get a reporter instead. He grinned. Rafkin occasionally throws me some interesting story ideas on slow news days like today. But hey, let me give you the whole effect. From a nearby table, he scooped a hat. From inside it, he pulled a small card, tucked in the hat band, and then he put the hat on. Inevitably, the card read Press. Isn't that a little old-fashioned? His grin just got broader. Some people have no respect for tradition. Another voice, dry, sardonic, intruded. Jimmy, you'll find that my friend has respect for things traditional, but lacks your affection for obnoxious stereotypes. I turned. Emerging from the doorway, leading into the museum, was Professor Rafkin. I had to grin at his statement. With his wire-framed glasses and mutton-chop sideburns, he looked like another stereotype. The irrepressible Victorian-era scientist fabled in books and film. Fortunately, unlike Malone, he did prefer contemporary dress. Rafkin turned to me. As for you, what brings you here? I gave him an enigmatic smile. A riddle. What's reptilian, stands about 20 feet tall, walks through the jungle, and devours young women? Joke or serious proposition? Serious. He thought about it for a moment. Massive of build or sleek in size? Massive. He frowned. Nothing outside of Hollywood, that is, matches your description. Remove the woman for your equation, and you're probably speaking of the Tyrannosaurus rex, a Cretaceous-area carnosaur. In certain pitiable movies, of course, you can find dinosaurs running amok, gobbling up cavemen, including young women. In reality, they did miss each other by some 65 million years. He gave me an admonishing look. As you well know. I need to speak to you privately. Rafkin glanced at Malone, who rolled his eyes towards heaven. My boy, Rafkin said, I do need a moment alone with my old friend. If you just go and look at our mummy collection for a few minutes, I'll tell you about how certain viruses can survive thousands of years, remaining dormant in a mummy's bandages, becoming active when the tomb is opened, and contributing to all sorts of legends about the deadly mummy's curse. Malone shot me a dirty look. If I must. You must, Rafkin answered sweetly. When Malone had gone, I gave Rafkin the whole story. The dreams, the woman, the dinosaur, Lord British, the moonstone. I didn't tell him all the truth about Lord British, certainly. I withheld the extraordinary means by which I traveled to British's distant realm. But I reported everything else in detail. At the end of my story, I showed him my moonstone. Rafkin listened attentively, though through the tale, his expression contemplative. Then he took the moonstone from my hand, examined its lustrous surface, and weighed it in his hand. Finally, he said, You know, I was wondering if you had recently taken an especially hard knock on your head. But there's an unlikely coincidence in this moonstone business. Let me show you. He handed me back my own stone. Then he went to one of the many shelves in his laboratory. He returned with a cardboard box. The box was filled with crumpled newspaper. The printing appeared to be in German. Rafkin plunged his hand into the box and groped around. This was sent to me, he continued, by a former student of mine. He worked until just recently for a German archaeologist named Spector. That's a reference to Warren Spector for any of you die-hard Origin fans. From the box, he pulled a black stone and handed it to me. In many ways, it resembled my moonstone. It was the same size and weight, but it was significantly different. Where my stone was smooth and polished, his was cracked and faceted. It looked as though it had resembled mine at some time in the past, but it had been subject to great heat. While my stone was like polished onyx, his was like charred obsidian, lustrous in places, on a few flat spots, but elsewhere jagged. I felt that this was not just a moonstone, an unpolished farm. It was a moonstone which had been somehow altered. Rafkin continued, "My ex-student says that Spectre had got this, and others, from a dig in Central America. Spectre was examining the stones with his other assistant one night. The next morning my student reported for work and found both of them gone, the room stripped clean of furniture. Quite a mystery. My student had one stone. He sent it here in hopes that I could shed some light on the mystery. I haven't made time to do so before now." "Would you? I'd appreciate it. I get the distinct impression that I'll continue having this dream until something's resolved. My dreams pointed me at the moonstone, and the moonstone has pointed me towards you." He smiled. "I'll see if I can justify your faith. Let me fiddle with this stone. Make yourself at home." With Professor Rafkin, make yourself at home means I'm going to ignore you for a few hours while I look into this. So I pocketed my own moonstone, settled into the professor's sole comfortable chair, and relaxed. Get some water in me here. A lot of reading. All right. For about 2 minutes, I relaxed. Then Jimmy Malone returned. "So let's talk about those disappearances of yours. What's the story? You CIA? Helping US-backed rebels somewhere?" "I'll tell you what, Jimmy. You write whatever you like, put it in print, and I'll see you in court. That way you and my lawyers can do all the work, and I can sleep." He grinned like a shark, invited to the feeding frenzy. "Oh, this is gonna be fun. You got my journalistic instincts jumping. What say we—" He was cut off by Rafkin. "What the devil?" I stood to look, and Malone, doubtless feeling the strings of his journalistic instincts, hastily plucked the pocket camera from his jacket and checked to make sure it was loaded. Rafkin was backing away from the table where the cracked moonstone lay, wires and leads attached to it, the whole mess surrounded by a bright, translucent glow of energy. "What did you do?" I demanded. Rafkin shook his head, baffled, his gaze fixed on the table. "I was checking the material's heat and electrical conductivity. The first reading was all bollocksed up. You put a certain quantity of electrical energy into that stone, and more comes out, or so my gauge said. Then that glow sprang up. As he spoke, the glow around the stone swelled like a bright balloon of energy across the equipment on the table. Before I could intervene, Rafkin tentatively stretched out his hand and touched the field. There was a sound, a crack and a sizzle like the world's largest droplet of water skidding down the world's largest frying pan. And Rafkin was thrown back, landing hard a dozen feet away. I was at his side in a second, positioning myself between him and the still swelling field. His eyes were closed, his breathing shallow. "Professor?" I gave him a quick shake, glanced back over my shoulder to check the position of the glow. It was still 10 feet back, but growing steadily. Whoa! Abruptly, the lights in the room went out, and the glowing balloon disappeared. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw Malone standing by a metal box on the wall, the circuit breaker. He'd thrown the master breaker. My opinion of the man, which had been hovering close to zero, climbed up a couple of notches. I could hear querulous complaints about the museum's patrons through the door leading to the museum. "Good job, Malone," I snapped. "Quick, give me the first aid kit. It's the one on the bookcase. I gripped Rafkin's wrist, seeking the pulse, trying to gauge how seriously hurt the man may be. Malone ran to the bookcases, began digging through them with a rough disregard for the contents, which would be sure to infuriate Rafkin. As a matter of fact, Rafkin's eyes snapped open at the sound of someone mistreating his positions. "Get your hands off! That's delicate equipment." I'd never heard Rafkin so loud. I didn't expect him to be so vigorous after a tremendous jolt he'd taken, but the aging scientist sat up, pushed me aside, and stood up to harangue the newsman. "Your interest in my work does not give you license to manhandle my diagnostic tools." I broke in. I told him to find the first aid kit. You've had a shock. Malone pulled the plug on your experiment. Rafkin's expression turned to one of puzzlement. "Oh? Then why is it still glowing?" I turned to look. He was right. The glow had reappeared around the stone, now dim. It was gaining in brightness. Malone stepped away from the bookcase. "That's impossible. I killed the power." "Malone? Professor," I said. "Get out of here. I have a seriously bad feeling about this." Malone, no fool, was moving before I finished, but he was still steps from the door when the floor shook, a rippling shock that threw him and Rafkin to the floor. I barely kept my feet. It's because I had the balance of a jungle cat. A Sumerian hill panther. The brightness on the table increased to blinding intensity, but didn't grow in size. Not this time. Instead, something else appeared, something familiar to me and yet strangely alien. It appeared on the air above the center of the room, an eerie rectangle of blackness, half again the size of an ordinary door, hanging unsupported in midair. Rafkin's eyes opened wide, seemingly to the size of dinner plates. Malone, from his vantage point on the floor, was again shooting photographs. "What on earth?" Rafkin breathed. "A moon gate," I answered, incredulous. "They're holes in space-time. I told you about Lord British. That's how I travel to where he is. I've never seen one that looked like this, though. It's supposed to be blue, an inviting blue." "Well, I mean, that's not true. We walk around in red gates most of the time." I'd never seen one which behaved like this. Instead of waiting where... Pardon me. Instead of waiting where it appeared and then vanishing, this thing abruptly swelled in size, expanding in all directions, bloating out at all of us before we could react. Rafkin turned to run. The black surface struck him. Malone got his hand on the door. The black surface crawled across him. I turned and made a dive for the exterior door. The blackness enveloped me in mid-leap. I was hit with a nauseating falling sensation, as though I were tumbling out of a plane with a blindfold on instead of a parachute. I writhed, struck out in all directions. My hands touched nothing. For long seconds I was caught in the silent darkness of this mutant moongate. And then I hit the ground. Damn, that'd be terrifying. I landed shoulder first on the lab floor, the pain of my mistimed impact causing my sight to gray out for a second. Yeah, that's a dislocated shoulder. I could hear Rafkin grasping for breath, and Malone's exclamation, "Mother McRae, what have I gotten into now?" Then I could hear other things, distant bird calls, a breeze stirring in the trees, insect chirping, a faraway wolf-like howl. My vision cleared and I knew where I was. I lay on the laboratory floor, just where I'd expected to fall, but while I should have landed mere few feet from the exterior wall, the lab floor was now gave way to mulchy jungle floor. The wall was gone, vanished as if it had never existed. I looked around. At the same time I looked around, and the same was true in all directions. The walls and ceiling were all gone, replaced by a jungle vista. Above was a green canopy of branches. Humid air rolled quickly in to replace the air-conditioned coolness of Rafkin's lab. The lab was otherwise intact. All tables, bookcases, stools, and cots were still in place, and the cracked moonstone was still wired up to Rafkin's diagnostic equipment. RPG Demon, thanks for the follow, man. We're we're just starting this game out, reading through the extensive story prologue given in the manual here. So, I don't know how much we got more left to go, but a fair bit, I think. Thanks for the follow, man. Alright, where were we? Right here. Of the Black Moongate, there was no sign. Rafkin looked around wonderingly and glanced at me. Yeah? I don't suppose this is the place of your dreams. I nodded. It's very much like it. The trees and the ferns are all the same. Malone rose, taking pictures by reflex. His expression suggested that he, not Rafkin, had been hit by the electrical jolt. His mouth worked, but nothing resembling words emerged. Rafkin continued delicately, feeling his way along. I'm not going to be an idiot about this. Delusion it may be, I prefer to proceed as though it was entirely real. And if it is entirely real, and possesses many of the same qualities as your dream, then it might possess others. Logical, I answered, amused by his analysis. If it does indeed feature something like a carnosaur of your dream, well, I am in possession of a rifle here in the lab. A collector's item, really. The museum just got it the other day, and we were having trouble cataloging it. I think perhaps we should dig it out. He moved towards one of the bookcases. Changed his mind, turned towards the other. Not that it would necessarily... He was cut off by a distant scream. It wasn't a scream of fear, but of anger. Nor was it the scream of a human. It was an animal. Shriller and more piercing than the bellowing in my dreams, it was much like the hunting call of a bird of prey. Rafkin and I whipped around to stare in the direction of the scream. Even the bemused Malone looked. Then we heard another. Also high-pitched, also short and warlike. This was definitely the cry of a human. A woman or a young boy made the cry. I was running before I realized it, running towards the source of that call, ignoring Rafkin's admonition. Wait! I'll find that... Oh, the devil with it! I heard him running after me, and then heard Jimmy Malone start out after him. In spite of the soft ground and thick undergrowth, I made good time, charging full out through this alien jungle. I heard them again, the animal shrill, the human reply. These were the sounds of battle, of enemies in combat, I was sure of it. Yeah, I would know. At this point, the Avatar is... I like how it's kind of portraying him as an extremely capable person. Because, man, I've been through some shit up to this point, so... And I was right. I skidded out of the oppressive jungle canopy and into the sunlight. Momentarily blinded, I stopped to let my eyes adjust, and then beheld the source of the cries. This was a broad clearing in the jungle, a stony shelf where the trees could not get a foothold, and over the center of it hovered a thing. Something I dimly remembered as belonging to the era of dinosaurs. It was a schoolbook illustrations of the pterodactyl. The flying reptile with a bone-crested beaked head and broad gliding wings, but this thing was huge. I could barely estimate its wingspan. It was flapping so fast, trying to hover, that a precise measurement was impossible. It must have been over 100 feet from wingtip to wingtip. It was a brownish green, the color of some elephants. A color easy to remember as gray if you don't look too closely. What was it hovering over? This lady, our jungle babe. As I started forward again as I heard Rafkin and Malone skid to a stop just where I had stood. I got a good look at the creature's prey. It was a woman. And not just any woman. It was the hide-clad beauty who had appeared in my dreams. The woman of my dreams. Even in this circumstance, that turn of phrase popped up in my mind, tinging my thoughts with a touch of irony. The woman held a spear as though she knew how to use it. She did, too. She uttered a scream, but it was no cry of fear. It was a war cry. A jungle... Kiai! She made a wicked-looking two-handed thrust at the flying thing's underside with her spear. Duke! What up, Duke? I think I got the MT32 sound working, and I shouldn't have any hang-ups, so I'm just running it back from the beginning and going a little bit deeper into the manual here. There's some things referenced in the game that I was really unclear about when we were playing last time. I think this might clear some things up. So the jungle beauty made her kiai, her jungle kiai. She made a wicked looking All right. She made a wicked looking two-handed thrust at the flying thing's underside with her spear, stabbing it, forcing it to flap up further into the air. She then heard me pelting up from behind her. She spun involuntarily, focusing on what might be a new enemy. I saw her face, the face of a woman who'd haunted my dreams. She saw mine, and her expression changed, from ferocity to confusion. I saw a flicker of recognition in her eyes. Ooh, legs. Then the flying thing swooped down, taking advantage of her momentary distraction. It slammed her to the ground, one talon closing upon her, sending her spear flying away. I was now almost upon it, running too fast to stop. It lunged at me, its fierce beak aimed at the center of my chest, by reflex which I've cultivated, reflex which has saved my life many times. It's all in the reflexes. I swept my arm in a fencer circle parry and deflected the beak away from me. The thing's bristly hide gashed my arm. I continued forward and slammed into it where its neck joined its powerful body. Nice! Just tackle it in its neck. I saw its vast wings rise up, ready for a powerful downward sweep. It was about to take off, to carry away its prey. Breathless from impact, I locked my arms around the thing's neck. Perhaps my weight would keep it from lifting off, give the woman time to recover and slip free. Choke it out! My grip was nearly broken when the thing reared its head back and snapped at something, at Jimmy Malone. The reporter, no longer dazed, stopped just outside the thing's reach while it struck at him, and he tried to circle around it. It couldn't track him. There I was, holding its neck in a death grip. Hampering its movement, Jimmy darted past its head and made a wild leap onto its broad, leathery back. "And it's number 39, Malone with the sack!" he shouted. But it was bravado. His eyes were wide and frightened. "Hold on!" I shouted at him. "Maybe it can't lift." "Right," came a voice, but not Jimmy's. It was Rafkin's, from underneath the leathery monster. I spared an incredulous look. There, holding the prostrate woman, trying to pull her free of the giant talon, was the professor. But he let her go to grab the talon, a more precarious hold than the one I had. The creature writhed for a second, failed to throw any of us clear, though I was bruised and Jimmy nearly went airborne. Then it swept its great sail-like wings down and lifted clear of the earth. I immediately dropped to the ground again, and I could hear a thud of Rafkin's pained oof, even over the beast's shrill cry. But its next downsweep lifted a full 8 feet into the air, and with each subsequent windstroke, it climbed higher. I couldn't look around, and I caught only glimpses of the thick jungle all about. We'd failed to keep the beast on the ground, and there was no telling where it intended to fly us. Bizarre images of being dropped into a nest full of hungry man-sized chicks crossed my eyes. We didn't want this beast taking us to its home. Better to land in terrain unfamiliar to both of us. Though each stroke of the wings jolted me and nearly tossed Jimmy clear, I had to get on top I had to get one arm free. Cursing and straining, I tried once, twice, 3 times to swing my leg up over its neck, and succeeded on the 3rd try. Immediately I was banged across the head and nearly knocked out. Hey Lars, how's it going, man? The bony crest on the beast's head came down as the beast looked up, and the crest nearly cracked my skull. I clung there for a moment as the pain in my head lessened. I'm getting knocked around pretty good here. Then, breathing a prayer, I tightened my grip with one arm, reached back on the other, and put my hand on the hilt of my Bowie knife, still resting in its boot sheath, and I drew it out. A sudden jolt nearly cost me the grip on my hilt, but after a quick, heart-stopping juggle, I managed to get a good hold on it. I raised the blade for a death stroke into the thing's neck, but a brief attack of sanity stayed my thrust. I couldn't afford a quick kill. We had to force the thing to land, not to crash. Instead, awkward, I slashed blindly backwards, hoping to hit where the thing's wings joined its body, to damage without killing. I hit on my 3rd try. As I drew my blade back bloody, the beast screamed again. I'd only thought it was loud before. Now he knows. Gripping its neck, I was blasted by the volume of its tortured scream, and the vibrations of the cry rattled every bone in my body. But still it flew, and I struck again and again, slashing at its shoulders and wings. From moment to moment, I caught glimpses of the creature's underbody. The first few showed me only a desperately wide-eyed Professor Rafkin hanging on for dear life, an unconscious woman in the creature's right talon. Then, after a few moments, the woman's eyes opened. I saw her fumble about her garments, saw her come up with a crude knife blade of stone, saw her strike at the beast's underbelly. She almost lost her life right then. The beast opened its talon to drop its stinging prey, and she slipped free, but Rafkin, showing surprising speed and strength, caught her one-handed, grabbing at the wrist as if it was the Nobel Prize. Go Rafkin. I momentarily lost sight of that life and death scene. The beast shuddered and banked sharply to the right, losing altitude, nearly throwing me loose. This was a controlled dive, but the beast was descending, and it was descending injured. Sweet. Nice picture of the struggle we're going through right now. Just get some water here. How much do we got left to go? Five more pages. All right. Another glance showed me that Rafkin now had both hands back on the talon and had his stubby legs locked around the woman. She, in turn, eyes narrowed, was holding on to him with one hand, grasping the talon with the other. Her pose was awkward, but fractionally more secure than it had been a moment ago. The beast screamed its bone-jarring cry again, and its rate of descent, already fearsome, became terrifying. Had it picked out a place to land? I couldn't see one ahead in the unbroken jungle, but whether it had a spot in mind or not, it was whipping for a landing. We tore through the top canopy of the jungle and were lashed by fawns and branches. A second later I heard an impact, felt a shudder as the animal hit and smashed through a light branch. Then, ahead, there was an opening in the jungle, another broad glade. Bursting into open air, the beast back-winged frantically, trying to slow its own forward rate. It did, only for a moment. I heard a cry of terror from behind me. Jimmy Malone, who managed to hold on all this time, was finally cast loose as the monster back-winged. A blue blur, he flew tumbling past my head and out of my sight. Oh, there goes Jimmy. Then there was a horrid tearing noise, and something in the beast's wing. Something I had been carving at. Ripped and gave way. The beast screamed one last time, its forward momentum not checked. It crashed headlong into one of those giant palm-like trees. This impact threw me loose, straight into another tree trunk. Then I was falling. It felt like 100 feet, but couldn't have been more than 10. That was more than enough. When I hit back first, all wind was driven from my body. I could do no more than gasp for air and futilely try to convince myself to ignore the pain and stand up. From where I lay, I saw the beast's carcass draped over dozens of yards of jungle floor. It still twitched a little, but I could see no voluntary movement. Then the wing nearest to me stirred, lifted awkwardly. From underneath clambered the native woman of copper skin. Behind her, moving painfully on hands and knees, was Rafkin. Both looked as though they had been through hell, but both were alive. They looked at the swiftly expiring flying beast, then glanced about in all directions. For me, for Jimmy. She caught sight of me first and came towards me, as skittish as a cautious but fatally curious cat. Rafkin, on the other hand, saw Jimmy first. Jimmy and what was following him. I was amazed that Malone could even move, but he was running. He bust out from among the trees, limping, his clothes torn, his face cut. The flying beast's lifeblood splattered all over him, and he was running as if to save his life. Hard on his heels were men, copper-skinned men wearing garments of leopard-spotted fur, men with the stamp of this jungle on them. As the woman reached me, cautiously extended a hand down to me, she glanced back and saw Jimmy. One quick, curt syllable escaped her lips, and the native men came to a halt. In an instant obedience of her command. So this must be the Kurak tribe that just stumbled upon us. Jimmy, reaching the Professor Rafkin, cast one look back, saw he was no longer being pursued, and drew for a moment to an exhausted halt. My breath was coming back to me. I managed to grasp the woman's hand, let her aid me to my feet, just in time to see one last man enter the glade from a surrounding line of trees. He was tall, Caucasian, blond and young. A man of some height, a man with a lithe, athletic build. His garments were different from those of his compatriots, though he wore... His garments were different from those of his companions. He wore tanned leather rather than fur. Was booted rather than barefoot. This guy's got gear. And his face was known to me. I had seen it countless times accompanying me through the wilderness of Britannia, the faraway land ruled by Lord British. With breath still failing me, I managed to croak his name. Shamino? Shamino! He looked at me, startled. Recognition came to his eyes, but only faintly. He shook his head in denial, but his expression was unconvinced, as if he had only half believed his denial. With his hand he indicated himself. Shamuru! Shamuru! Time passes. The campfire blazed up bright and cheerful. Stark contrast to the nighttime darkness surrounding us. I sat by the fire, by Jimmy, who was festooned with bandages torn from Rafkin's shirt. Nearby, Rafkin engaged in halting conversation with the natives named Shamuru and Isla. Shamuru, the man who wore the face of my old friend Shamino, and Isla, the woman for who we'd taken the impromptu ride through the sky. Around us were perhaps 20 male warriors, jungle tribesmen who obeyed every word issued by Isla. I felt better after devouring a quantity of meat blackened on the fire. No, it wasn't meat from the reptile we'd killed. The super pterodon, as Rafkin dubbed it. The natives shunned that meat as inedible. They don't like dino meat. They caught many four-legged plant-eaters, creatures which, except for being hoofless, looked more like a cross between a tiny horse and a small deer. Rafkin had taken one look at the brace of beasts caught by the tribesmen, distractedly declared, "Dinosaur!" and turned back to his discussion. Jimmy was scribbling down an account of everything that had happened since he'd reached the museum. Fortunately for him, his battered pocket notebook held many blank pages. I had a feeling he'd see them all filled up before we were done here. These natives treated us like honored guests. They were impressed with the way we'd killed the super pterodon. We're baffled by our clothes and language, and we're grateful that we'd save Isla. Obviously a person of importance to them. Rafkin, to his delight, understood certain words they were speaking, declaring that they spoke a variant of Central American dialect he knew. While darkness gathered, he sat with Isla and Shamuru, and the others set up camp and built a fire. Rafkin eventually moved back over to us. Shamuru and Isla, too, drifted over. Nervously, Rafkin pulled off his glasses and rubbed them with a slightly less than filthy shirt tail. Well, I've learned a few things, he admitted. I've puzzled out a little bit more of their dialect, and I have slightly more informed idea of what's happening. I, for one, am not at all curious, Jimmy deadpanned. In other words, tell me or you'll end up flying on another one of those pteranodopters. Rafkin smiled. This place is not some sort of isolated valley. This place is some sort of isolated valley. These natives call it Eoden. It appears to be inhabited by a loose grouping of pre-Agarian tribes. I understand that there is one village built of stone where the people farm, which might indicate a more sophisticated culture than that possessed by our friends here. Anyways, most of these people are members of the Kurak tribe. The young lady whom we assisted is Isla, the daughter of their chief, in effect their princess. I glanced up at Isla, found that she was already staring at me. Though startled by the sudden contact, she did not turn away. Rafkin continued, The other fellow, Shamuru, is a member of the upland clan called the Barako. He wasn't born among them. They found him wandering in the mountains, amnesiac, a few months ago. The name you keep saying, Shamino, it agitates him, but he cannot remember it. He does say that he knows you from somewhere, and that he has never seen you before. I grinned. Well, that doesn't exactly make sense now, does it? Rather, it obviously confuses him. Anyway, Isla says that she had several dreams lately, dreams where she has been in terrible danger from some sort of insect-like creature, who then should appear, but a mighty strange warrior. Oops, let me correct that. A strange mighty warrior who saves her. A warrior with your face. At any rate, Isla appears to be accorded special warrior status within her tribe, and hunts on her own. She says that yesterday she was ambushed by warriors of another tribe, the Urali, and that their chieftain, a strong man she calls Darden the Huge, decided that she was the woman for him. Kiwi. Got my own crazy dinosaur yelling at me. She managed to get clear of Darden and took the long route back to get to her village without meeting him again. That's when she was attacked by the creature I'm calling the super pterodon, a marvelous species, several times as large as Quetzalcoatl's. Fully articulated wings, not just a glider. He shook his head wonderingly. You know the rest. Shamuru, who's a friend of the tribe, and several of her tribesmen have been searching for her since yesterday. Oh, so Shamuru was on the task. His voice became more animated. According to these people, the super pterodon is the only tip of a primordial iceberg. Is only the tip of the primordial iceberg. They talk about many enormous reptiles to be found in this valley. I have to see them. I have to see them. It looks as though we're dealing with multiple cases of extraordinary survival of species. Rafkin's expression finally... I guess these are the Kurak tribe warriors. Rafkin's expression finally became more serious. Now, are you gonna confide in me and tell me how you think you know Shamuru's face? I glanced around. Isla was intent. She continued to study me, curiosity and wonder in her eyes. Shamuru appeared to be impassive, but I could see from his eyes that he was distressed. Jimmy never met my eyes. He was scribbling as fast as he could, trying to keep up with all the details being discussed. I sighed, regretting the necessity of discussing this with Malone around, but gave in. There was no telling when possession of all the facts might save a life, perhaps even mine. I told you that I occasionally do favors for a foreign dignitary who goes by the name Lord British. That's true. I sort of led you to believe that he was European, and that was his code name, but that's not true. British lives in a place, a world he calls Britannia. I like to think of it as a distant reflection of our own world. I get the impression from his choice of names and other clues that he had some contact with our world, but I never got the whole story out of him. I've been to Britannia several times, always traveling there in a moon gate, a portal. What you saw in your lab today was a sort of moon gate, but a very twisted and alien one. I've never seen one like that before, and I don't know why it behaved like it did, or why it brought us here instead of to Britannia. Shamino, who's a dead ringer for Shamruru here, is a friend of mine in Britannia. It's disturbing to see him here, like this, minus his memory. Assuming that Shamuru is Shamino, that is. Shamuru's eyes flickered every time his name, or rather either of his names, were spoken. There's some corroboration in things he said, Rafkin admitted reluctantly, but it's still a peculiar story. Hey, it's even stranger if you lived through it. Listen, I'm not asking you to believe it. It's probably better if you just forget you ever heard it. But you asked, and you deserve the truth. Later on, if you decide to institutionalize me, just give me a head start, I grinned. They'll never find me. I glanced again at Isla, caught her steady gaze. Professor, in the time you've been talking to these people, have you figured out... Did I assume some sort of responsibility for Isla by helping save her? Rafkin grinned, quickly suppressed it, and quickly suppressed it when I glanced back at him. Are you afraid of this, or hoping for it? Don't answer that. A rhetorical barb. No, I don't get the impression that obligation of that sort is one of their customs. She has repeatedly expressed her gratitude to us, particularly to you, and she's very curious about you. I have a feeling that you'll need to take a crash course in their language, if ever you're to speak with her alone, which is obviously what she wants. Dang. Rafkin's being my wingman. I nodded. Tell her I was interrupted by a strange chirping cry in the forest. Two warriors stood and one raised a hand to his lips and issued a similar cry. Others whispered quickly to one another. Rafkin spoke briefly with Isla and turned back to us. One of the scouts, the professor informed. He's alerting us about a beast, something they call a shieldback. I think I have to see this. He rose and again Isla spoke with him. Disappointed, he said. She says it's a leaf eater, and that it won't come near a fire or men. Poor thing, Jimmy intoned. Maybe Santa will stick a dinosaur in your Christmas stocking. Rafkin glared. Jimmy laughed, and a native out in the jungle screamed. In an instant, we were all standing, the natives catching up their spears and bows. Out just beyond the edge of the firelight was a woof-woof noise, like a bull breathing, impossibly loud. Then our phantom bull moved into light. This shieldback was a reptile, long, broad, and flat with a knobby back. Something like the horned toads of the southwest, but enormous. Big buff dude on the back of it, too. This thing was larger than a luxury car. It was no fake, no special effect. It was alive and lumbering towards us. As it passed further into the light, we caught sight of things trailing from its mouth and across its back. They were something like vines, something like ropes. They were, in fact, reins, Rafkin breathed. He was right. On its back was the silhouette of a man, a huge, broad-shouldered man the size of an NFL defensive lineman. Isla shouted words of command, and I understood one. Darden! Darden, her thwarted suitor. Darden, the enemy chief. Darden yelled a reply, a basso profundo roar, and was answered by more war cries from the forest. There were more men, Darden's men, in the jungle. They moved in quickly, forming a line in front of the lizard he rode. Isla's men wavered, dread in their eyes, dread of the kind of man who could command a giant reptile. That kind of dread is fatal, and I knew it. Before my common sense could catch up to my instincts, I grabbed a spear from an inert Kurak warrior and shoved my way through the Kurak line, shouting a wild Britannian war cry. Hell yeah! The attackers expected an easy victory. Perhaps they'd count on the Kuraks being afraid of the reptile and its rider. I charged up to them before they realized they were wrong. The first warrior I faced tried a simple thrust. I slid his point out of line and put my own in him. One dead. A brutal thrust into the center of his chest. He hit the ground hard. But these jungle men recover fast. I was surrounded by a dozen hard-eyed men with spears. I went on to... It's pretty badass. I'm surrounded by 12 dudes with spears, and I'm just like, alright, let's do this. I went on the defensive, parried one thrust, blocked another, and kicked its wielder hard in the side of the knee. I had the satisfaction of hearing that joint crack, seeing the warrior collapse with a cry of pain. That sadistic side coming out of the Avatar, man, don't push it. I almost extincted the gargoyles. When the Kuraks woke up, a shower of Kurak arrows rained into my enemies. Darden's warriors fell back. Isla's spearmen came up on either side of me, forming a line, while Isla's archers prepared another volley. Had it just been their warriors against ours, we could have scattered them back into the jungle. But while I took down 2 warriors, that's 4 now, and was joined by Isla's men, the muscle-bound monster named Darden was bringing his riding lizard up to speed. The reptile hit its stride. Darden yanked on its reins, harshly pulling its head towards us. The giant lizard slewed over in our direction. Came within 20 feet of us. 15. There was no way Isla's warriors could hold the line against 4 tons of charging meat and bone. I opened my mouth to call for the line to break, to surround the shield back, and fall on it from the side, but I never got the chance. Trying to organize some tactics here, and instead, I saw a hurling spear out of the corner of my eye. I tried to twist out of its way, but only partially successful, and the stone head grazed my temple, stunning me, staggering me back. It's a close one. I could only watch as the reptile charged forward, still picking up speed, slamming through the line of Kurak warriors, scattering and crushing them. I was still dizzy, my legs wouldn't move. I watched helplessly as Darden jerked his head around to orient on me. 1 step closer, 2. Its head was almost upon me. I saw the cold, amused laughter in the eyes of Darden, saw his handsome features twisted in a broad smile of victory. But I didn't see the blow that put me down. The lizard's leg must have clipped me. All I knew is that I flew back, smashed once against a tree, and slumped down to its base. I should have passed out then. I might as well have been unconscious. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak, I couldn't even tell if I was still breathing. But I could still see. I saw Darden and his mount draw abreast of Isla where she stood, her bow at the ready, aiming straight and true at Darden's throat. I knew he was a dead man, but I was wrong. Behind Isla crept up another stealthy Urali warrior. He swung the shaft of his spear against her head. She collapsed and her shot went wild. I couldn't see Darden's grin then, but I knew he still wore it. That it broadened and became even more triumphant as his warrior handed Isla's inert form up to him. My last sight was on the shield back, and its precious cargo. My last sight was of the shield back, and its precious cargo lumbering out into the night. Then darkness closed down on me. I fell into unconsciousness, as deep and dark as a well. Holy moly. Prologue complete. Yeah, see, the prologue, the intro video in the game didn't even tell me Shamuru was involved in any of this. So that was a good read. Make sure you buy Eight's notebooks if you need a notebook. And we always need notebooks for playing Ultima games. Get your very own Savage Empire 3D bookmark. Some words from Rafkin, which I'm not going to read. Hey, that's the same incense burner that you see in the character creation. Cool write-ups on the different tribes and stuff, but we'll find out a lot of that information in the game as we're playing it. The Disqueequee. I can't wait to meet those guys. Weapons of the tribe. This I didn't look at last time. So the Addle Addle is one of the best weapons in the game. It's this, that's the Addle Addle right there. It's kind of like it cups the spear, and then you whip the spear out, and it's real powerful ranged weapon. Got our dino write-ups. And I believe this talks to us a little bit about the casting of magic. Each one of these totems has different spells attached to it, and you offer reagents to the skulls, and then you pull off magic. I think something like that. And these are the reagents here. Chocolate, Pindi, whatever that is, and Yopo. More dinos. Dimetrodons. Chocolate spells. Good spells. Better than ones made with spider webs. Always been a little partial to the Dimetrodons. Plesiosaurs. They scare the shit out of me. I live really close to a massive stretch of Badlands, actually, which is one of the largest hotbeds for dinosaur fossils in the world. All right. Well, there's our book, our manual. This last part is pretty strange. I don't know if this is supposed to be parody or a real thing, but it's talking about Garriott And here's a bunch of his pals. I guess he got up to take some funny pictures in a jungle or something. And then they're kind of making it out like they went traveling, like they were going to do a movie about the Aodon. And then the expedition got lost. And Richard Garriott had to go and save them. Here we go, the Fat Man. He did the music for the game. Okay. We got our prologue done, so let's go into the game now. Just make sure my map's still going. Yeah, map's working. Good, good. All right, let's enjoy these sweet MT32 sounds. And no lockups. There we go. Much, much better. Blah, the fireworks. The Savage Empire. Story and screenplay, Aaron Allison. We'll judge you after we're done. It's Macaw! And musical score by the Fat Man. Stegosaurus. Got my cycles right. Thought I already started the game. No, I did, but there was a lot of problems last stream, and I got disconnected from the stream multiple times. So it was all split up in like 2 hours and 5 minutes here and all that shit. I figured, what the hell, I'll just start over. I already made a character. I already made a character, so we'll just jump right in. I don't need to go through the character creation process. Nice to see that initializing Roland sound card thing there. Alright, you see a native man wearing an elaborate jaguar headdress. You are returning to wakefulness. It is good. Intanya's potion is powerful magic. It has granted you the speech of the people of this valley. Now you may understand what is said to you. Auto translation. Google Translate potion. In fevered ravings, you spoke much of Isla, our chieftain's daughter, as well as Raftkin and Jimmy. And a Jimmy. And oh ho ho ho. No. Messed up. We didn't watch the intro given with the game. Womp womp. I do want to do that. And I didn't actually have Munt running either, which is surprising because the Roland was working anyways. But I'll run that anyways. Better safe than sorry. There we go. That's the beautiful sound of Windows recognizing Munt. Watch this intro again because I just love it so much. Bum, bum, bum. Can skip that one though. Story so far. You had disturbing dreams of a faraway jungle, an endangered princess, and the black moonstone you carried away from Britannia in your last adventure there. The spirit of Lord British commanded you to find out all you could about the stone. So you took it to your old friend Raftkin, curator of the local Museum of Natural History, hoping that he could unravel the mystery. At Dr. Raftkin's, you met ace reporter and Ultimate Adventures correspondent Jimmy Malone. Malone's a little too noisy to suit you, but he kept his wits when everything went haywire. Yeah, he jumped on the back of that pterodactyl. When Raftkin's experiments on your moonstone sent the whole museum lab through a bizarre black moon gate. You were shocked to lift your head and see the jungle around you, jungle and this enormous creature descending upon her, the woman you dreamt of, a fiery tribal she-warrior of some time-lost land. You and your friends rescued her from a giant pterodon and befriended her. She said her name was Isla, princess of the Kurak tribe, and seemed to be quite taken with you, her most unusual rescuer. But Isla's hated suitor, Dardan the Huge, prince of the Urali tribe, arrived with his men, scattering your friends and smashing you to the earth. That's not quite how it happened. Now you lie broken and defeated, struggling to regain consciousness. You see a native man wearing an elaborate jaguar headdress. You are returning to wakefulness. It is good. Intanya's potion is powerful magic. It has granted you the speech of people of this valley. Now you may understand what is said to you. In fevered ravings you spoke much of Isla, our chieftain's daughter, as well as Raftkin and Jimmy. Intanya thinks you must find them as soon as possible. But the valley is full of danger. Before Intanya can let Morgan rise again and search for his comrades, Intanya must ask Morgan a question to see if his mind has healed as well as his body. What is the first tribe Raftkin discusses in his notes? This is our copy protection. So we gotta go back to our manual here. And we go to page 25. Okay, 25, and we need to find out what is the first tribe Rafkin discusses in his notes. That would be the Nahuatl. No doubt in my mind that the Nahuatl people are related to the outer world Aztec culture. Indeed, it is my belief that the Nahuatl and the Aztec both descended from a single culture. Gravy. The shaman looks pleased. Intanya sees that Morgan's memory has returned, and he is fit to travel the land again. He becomes very serious. Intanya has had many dreams of one such as Morgan. Intanya believes Morgan to be very important. Intanya's men will try to follow Morgan and perhaps help Morgan when he is in danger. Intanya's men are all the best in the valley and can find Morgan anywhere, even in the caves of the Myrmedex. My student Triolo will join you on your search for Jimmy and Raftkin. He has learned of some of the simpler invocations and will help you as much as he can. Speak now. Triolo? Well, that sounds familiar. Triolo came into the valley many moons ago. Intanya made Triolo his assistant and had been teaching him the secrets of the shaman. And I'm guessing you're Intanya, since you keep referencing yourself as such. Long has the name Intanya been born. What do you do around here? Intanya is the shaman of the Kurak tribe. Intanya consults the spirits. He also heals the injured. What sort of spirits? We're not talking ghosts, are we? There are many spirits in the Valley of Eoden. Spirits of trees and wind, spirits of animals and life. Intanya senses how the spirits will feel and tells his fellows. Intanya draws on the powers of the spirits to heal those who must be healed. Intanya can heal our whole group for free, but we don't need that because we're already healed up. Alright, what about Isla? Where's Isla? What happened to her? Warriors search the valley for Isla. The Urali tribe are well hidden and the spirits will not tell Intanya where they lie. And yet the spirits do promise that someone will find her. You should speak with Aloran, our chieftain, if you wish to aid in the search. We'll get to that. What about my other buddies? Rafkin. Word has reached Intanya that one such stays with the Yularu tribe to the east. And Jimmy, what happened to him? Intanya has had dreams of one such. Searching among the Disquiqui, far to the south, Intanya hears their drums and music when shown the face of Jimmy Malone in his dreams. So, this is the Kurak tribe. Is it not? The shaman gestures around him. This is the Kurak tribe. Aloran is our chief. Morgan should go and speak with him. And so we shall. May the spirits protect you, Morgan, Avatar. We got Triolo here, who's looking quite familiar. You see a slightly grayed bearded man with an alert eye. He looks at you intently for several moments before speaking as if trying to place your face. Triolo has heard of Morgan. Morgan's face is very familiar somehow. Does Morgan need help with something? Triolo? Yolo? Yolo, is that you? He frowns. Morgan's name calls up images to Triolo's mind. Distant lands, faces with forgotten names. Perhaps Morgan is invoking a spirit of memory. Well, you gotta know Shamano's around. He looks puzzled. Did Morgan mean shaman or Shamuru? Yeah, Shamuru. Do you know him? Have you guys been hanging out? Shamuru is the hunter and tracker of the Barako tribe. So you're not YOLO. You're Triolo or Triolo. That is my given name, given to me by the Kuraks. Triolo belongs to the Kurak tribe. Triolo was not born a Kurak. Triolo came stumbling from the jungle, bereft of name and memory many moons ago. Since then, Intanya has taught Triolo the ways of the shaman. That's exactly what they said happened to Shamuru. So I don't know if they ever develop on that more. But it sounds like my buddies have gotten knocked into a moon gate of their own. So if there's a YOLO around and a Shamano around, there's gotta be the other guy. The mustache. Well, Kurak's already got a shaman, so what do you do? Triolo is the shaman in training. The great shaman, Intanya, is Triolo's teacher. Yeah? How do you feel about Intanya? Oh, Triolo's newest task is to follow Morgan around and convey to him the will of the spirits. Everybody keeps talking about these spirits. Triolo has learned only a small part of what Intanya knows. Small magics, but useful. Intanya is a great man, is shaman of the Kuraks. Triolo learns that learns the spirit magic from the shaman from him. Alright, that's good for now. Very well, speak to Triolo later. Twitchbucks, thanks for the follow, man. Deep in the jungles of the savage land. So searching here we find 20 Yopo, 2 Pindi, 20 Pindi, and 20 chocolate. So a good starting stash of reagents there. It's just the 3 things, I think. And over here we have the grinding stone. I was not picking that stuff up to begin with, but I'll grab that grinding stone. And I'll leave these 3 totems. I grabbed them last time. I didn't know Triolo's already got some in his inventory here, so... Yeah, right there. I'll just move this stuff over to the shaman. Alright, and out we go. Seems to me that every tribe has several kind of generic people, generally not worth talking to. For the Kurak, that would be her and this feller. So anybody that looks like that, we're just gonna skip. But I'll talk to this naked chick over here. She looks pretty fiery. See a beautiful but brooding woman in jaguar furs. I don't see no jaguar furs. Why, it is a man, a tall, strange man wearing furs unlike any I have ever seen. She thinks about it a moment. He must be Morgan. The Schweitzer of the Yolaru has told me of him. What wants Morgan of Tristia? Her question is half an invitation, half mockery. Schweitzer, what are you talking about, lady? Guess you're back to typing keywords on DOS. That's another thing that looked nice about the FM towns. Yeah, I preferred that for sure to all the typing. I got so used to that style, and the voice acting. It's a shame it's only available for that one game. The Yolaru have a stranger among them, strange like Morgan. He is called their Schweitzer. He talks and talks and knows many things, but he is short and old. Tristia does not want him. You're Tristia. Tristia is the one this is the name this one bears. What do you do here? Tristia is daughter of the chief. Tristia does no work. Work is for lesser ones, not for a princess. So if she's another daughter of the chief, that would make her sister to Isla. Yeah, tell me about your dad. I gotta talk to the chief. Alaron is chief of the Kuraks and father of Isla. Alaron raised Tristia. Tristia's hut burned down when her mother and father died. She shrugs, unconcerned by that fact. Hard life. Hard life out in the jungle. Yeah, your sister Isla. What happened? Got any leads? Isla is Tristia's sister. Alaron raised both Isla and Tristia. Of course, Alaron likes Tristia much more than Isla. Fortunately, Isla has found a fitting mate in Dardan the Huge. Tristia is sure the Urali tribe is a much better place for Isla. Dang. Not too fond of her sister. Where's the familial love? You said your hut burned down with your parents? That's pretty harsh. She smiles broadly. Is it so? Is Morgan saying that he wants Tristia, that he loves her? Oh, I don't know. I mean, I guess you're all... Oh! Her smile becomes victorious. She flows up to you, embraces you, and kisses you passionately. Morgan is Tristia's mate now and forever. Go and act as a mighty warrior, and always return to Tristia. Tristia's hut is next to the chief's. Morgan will never be cold there. Whoops. I guess I have a jungle wife. Alright. Bye. She smiles broadly. Is it so? Is Morgan saying that she wants Tristia, that he loves her? Yeah, you misunderstood, lady. No thanks. She looks offended. I have offered you Tristia, all that is Tristia. Do not refuse me. Oh, Morgan. Tristia is more beautiful than all others. Calm down. Tristia asks again, will Morgan love Tristia above all others? Nah, you're way too clingy. Her expression turns to one of rage. Morgan is a fool. Morgan does not deserve one as beautiful as Tristia. Go away, Morgan, and never speak to Tristia again. She slaps you as hard as she can, then shakes, and her eyes roll up into her head, and she faints dead away. Just passed out. Hey Tristia, wake up. No response. Dang. Can't take rejection. Alright, well, can't just leave her there in the grass. Put her on that blanket there. The Avatar's a gentleman. And here we have her father, the chieftain. Yo, your daughter's out of control, man. You see an aging but still mighty warrior with wise eyes. So it is Morgan. Long he lay in the village of the Kuraks, smashed when Dardan took Isla away. Now he has regained strength and comes before the chief of the Kuraks. What does he want? You're Alaron? Morgan speaks to Alaron, father of Isla. Your other daughter is pretty intense. I just put her down on that blanket there in front of you. Alaron does not understand Morgan's foreign words. I guess Tristia was wrong. He doesn't even acknowledge her. Alright, so you're the chief, huh? This warrior is the chief of the Kurak tribe. He leads the Kurak warriors against the Myrmideks and the Yolaru. Yeah, people keep mentioning those Myrmideks. Myrmideks, giant warrior insects. They live very close to the west of the Kurak village. They raid here all the time, killing and eating. The Kurak are the greatest warriors in all the valley, but the Myrmideks are other than human. Mighty beyond belief in their numbers and ferocity, the Kuraks fall before them. And you sent out a hunting party to find Isla again? The chieftain sighs unhappily. Alaron's daughter, Isla, flower of his life, has been taken away. Isla is held by Dardan the Huge, the chieftain of Urali. Many Kurak warriors search the land for the hidden Urali to bring Isla back. Alaron hopes that you will join the search. If Morgan were to find Isla, Alaron will be most grateful. So our quests currently is find Rafkin, find Jimmy, find Isla. What about this Dardan dude? He caught me by surprise and hit me with a dinosaur. That's the only reason he's still breathing. The Urali were a peaceful tribe until Dardan the Huge became chief. Only then did they begin to raid others. Well, tell me about the Kurak. There are many tribes in this valley. We are the Kuraks. There are also the Yolaru, the Desquiqui, the Nahuatla in their stone village. Further away are the Pendiro and the Barako, and far north the Jukari and the ugly Hakur. In the southeast, Barab and the lizard Sakra in the southwest. Hidden away somewhere, southeast, are the Urali. So nobody knows where the Urali are. Rafkin's at the Yolaru. Tell me about them. The Yolaru are the tribe to the east of the Kuraks. Their chief is Apaton. they're at war with them. It sounds like the Kuroks are at war with everybody. Alright. The Urali often raid Kurok territory. They come from the southeast somewhere. But we cannot find their village. Alaron has heard of one who might know. A mad warrior named Topuru. Who's Topuru? Topuru was the shaman of the Urali long ago. Topuru went mad. Alaron does not know why. Somewhere in the far, far north, Topuru lives on a little island. Jot that down. I didn't write that down last time. Topuru is in the north, on a little island. Alright. Good info. Alright, Chiefy. I'm gonna go find my friends, but I'll be looking for Isla too. Farewell, Morgan. Go join the warriors searching for Isla. Try to find Isla. Poor Tristia. Not even recognized by her father. I guess he isn't really her father, since he adopted her after her hut got burned down. So we're safe to rob these natives blind in this Ultima. Previous games it would lower our karma, or people would call me a thief and start attacking if 6 diamonds and 15 emeralds. If I was caught stealing. So, but in this one, you know, we're here to bring civilization to these filthy animals, so we can just take whatever we want. I'll take those emeralds. And I think I'll leave those diamonds. Because I know emeralds are used for currency. I have no idea what diamonds are used for. And I was already really struggling with inventory before, so I want to try to pick up a little less here this time. I will grab this bow for myself, though. Yeah, we'll use that for my weapon. And of course set Triolo up with his bow as well. You can't move the grinding stone in the pouch, no? Drop these reagents in the reagent bag. An orchid, we don't need that. And I'm not going to grab any spears right now, spears or shields. I think for the time being our best weapon is going to be this bow and arrow. I didn't have much success with the spear. Which this hut is absolutely full of. And then there's that bag with some berries in it, which we don't need. Yeah, more generic villagers. An oven for crafting, which I'm sure we'll be using later on. The crafting in this one actually seems like it's a bit of a focus of the game. Since we're in the jungle, we don't have access to all the wicked stuff we would normally have. Also, I better check solo mode here. Can I still go solo? Yeah. I figured, I mean, it is still the Ultima 6 engine. Well, that's good then. I will try to remember to pick up stuff with Triolo. Can do fun things in this game, like use that knife like I just did on that animal carcass, and then we just got five sections of meat. Oh yeah, I'm not in party mode. There we go. Hey, come on now. Join up. There we go. So I'll give Triolo some extra arrows there. Soundtrack sounds so good now that it's running on MT32. Rollin'. Couple of bacon blankets. We don't need those. So checking our world map here, we're off to the Yolaru tribe, which is straight east from the Kurak. There is a fork in the road that goes north. We'll pass that and just continue east. I want to give a big shout out to Duke Donuts and Fragmental Stew right now for all the troubleshooting they helped me with last time. I did almost everything that those two dudes said. No hang-ups so far. Game's running great. We got good sound. I'm happy. I'm a happy man. And I gotta say, I'm really digging this this soundtrack. I think it might be my favorite Ultima soundtrack so far. I like the dino beats. Got some parrots hanging out there in the trees. Hey, parrot! What you doing over there? See a colorful, bright-eyed parrot. Squawk. Squawk to you. Polly, want a cracker? Feed me. Bye, ingrate squawk. I hear something to the southeast. Well, that is where we're headed. I don't mind if we run across a fight. I feel well prepared. Great artwork for the characters in this game as always. I actually dig this portrait quite a bit more than the one I had in Ultima 6. Okay, that's Yolaru tribes member. They were mentioned to be all dark-skinned. And this must be Yolaru. That's their useless shaman. I'm not going to bother talking to him. He's just a waste of time. We got Chiefy here. She a lean, sharp-eyed, dignified black warrior. That was good timing on the music. He says nothing but looks at you expectantly, waiting for you to begin speaking. Who are you? Apaton, he indicates himself. So Alaron did mention this dude to us. You're the chief of this tribe? Tell me about your tribe. Yolaru tribe. We say little, do much. We fight the Myrmideks and the Kuraks. Why do you fight the Kuraks? Kurak tribe. Live west of Yolaru. Good fighters. Yeah, the music was, it got quite intense there. Quite dramatic. Kuraks have better weapons than Yolaru. Yolaru are better fighters. I hear you got a Schweitzer hanging around. Schweitzer is like shaman, wiser in other ways. True name is hard to say. Rafakin is probably in village. Alright. He turns away from you. I'm looking for the Schweitzer. And we know where he is. He's right down south here. Rafkin, old buddy, old pal. Looking no worse for wear? You see a stooped 50-ish man who looks like a professor. Morgan! It's good to see you again. I heard you were still alive. I didn't know where you were. I see you haven't managed to find Jimmy or Isla yet. That really should be one of our first priorities, you know. Now that you're here, it might be helpful to find the lab. There are several things with which will be very useful to us. It must be fairly close to the Korak village. While I've been waiting for you to show up, I haven't been wasting my time here. In addition to my researches on these primitive cultures, I've also been thinking about ways to make some primitive weapons. I do hope it won't prove necessary, but if it should, you should ask me about bombs and rifles sometimes. Both of which Rafkin can craft for us, but I'll get the recipe when we're actually going to get around to making some of those. My name? You've known me for years. Professor Elliot Archimedes Rafkin, PhD, etc. I know. But what's with the Schweitzer thing? Rafkin looks sheepish. Yeah. That's what the Yolaru called me. They offered to make me their shaman. I said that I'd be their Schweitzer instead. I was referring to Albert Schweitzer. He was a missionary in Africa, doctor, writer, musician, a remarkable man. But the Yolaru took it as my title. Schweitzer, a special sort of shaman. I didn't correct their misapprehension. He smiles crookedly. Oops. Oopsie! Okay, so what? You've been their shaman? Principally, I'm the curator of the local museum of history. Most recently, I've been a chief doctor and man of science to the village of the Yolaru. I've spent much of my time studying tribes in this valley. Yeah, this valley. They call it Aodon. This whole area in which we find ourselves is called the Valley of Aodon. And Jimmy? What happened to Jimmy? I have heard that he may be somewhere to the west of the Nahuatl, with the tribe called the Disquiqui. And we'll learn more about the Nahuatl and the Disquiqui as we go on, but for now, Raph can just join up. We're out of here. Oh, are we going somewhere? He looks delighted. Well, certainly. I've been here long enough. That's right. Plumb my brains and then ignore me. Lots of goodies in Rafkin's room here that we're going to grab. It's funny to me that the music doesn't seem to cycle often in this game. Bet you if I turn the sound off and then put it back on, we'll get something. There we go. All right. So I'll go solo with YOLO. And we'll grab this stuff. Metal hammer, scissors, and a vine and one knife. Maybe I should give that stuff to Rafkin, actually. Get that booze there. And now he's too heavy. Bum 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 bum. We'll grab all this stuff too. Getting well stocked here. Though I still don't really know how to use magic. Got 40 of each reagent now, though. I'll just use this alcohol. I could use a stiff drink after all that we've been through. Rafkin. Stick, we don't need that. We will grab all this stuff, though. And the bag to put it back in. Rafkin's looking a little bare there. He could use a weapon too. Well, me being the mighty warrior I am, I'll just go with my trusty Bowie knife. And I'll let Rafkin go ranged. Yeah, he has the lowest hit points. He's an old man. He shouldn't be up there in the fray. I'll grab this cloth with Rafkin too. Getting dark, so we'll stay with the Yolaru tonight. Grab these extra arrows, of course. I'll have to leave that to Rafkin, I guess. Already getting too heavy. Everybody join up, come on. Got some buildings to search. Move that spear. And grab that necklace. Not really quite sure what the necklaces do. If there's any actual benefit or anything to them, but I can equip it. A ruby, an emerald, and a jade necklace. And a tooth necklace. Grab the necklace and the bag, and I'll leave behind the ruby. Normally I'd be all over grabbing that axe on the ground too, but it's a throwing axe, not a head chopping axe. This is the shaman's hut, I believe. So there should be some useful items in here. Obsidian knife, another 24 yopo, and 22 pindi, and 19 chocolate. We all got a serious sweet tooth. Give Rafkin this grinder? No. Yeah, that's pretty heavy. Maybe I shouldn't be carrying that thing around with me. Put our goodies in the bag. What is that? A digging stick. Well, maybe the shovels are a bit more useful than they were in number 6. What is that? A rattle. No thanks, but we will take this cloth. Try to keep my crafting stuff on Rafkin. Only he's already super loaded down. Gotta fill out this party so I have more inventory space. I think that'll probably be my key objective here. Oh, still in solo mode. Don't want to leave behind my bros. Let's go, guys. Seven peppers. Nah. We don't need no peppers. There is one other person that I'm looking for here. I actually might have missed them on the road on the way to Yolaru, but I want to talk to the shaman's daughter, Sari. Sometimes she's in the village, sometimes she's out traveling. Don't think I'll be able to... Oh, I can sleep right here. I thought it might be a little bit too active. But we'll rest. We'll take our little nap with our cute little blankets there. And get our awesome morning time music. There she is. That's who we want to talk to. Hey you, I don't recognize you. You see a beautiful warrior woman with a bold look in her eye. Ayla is Sairi's best friend. Often did Ayla join Sari in exploring, talking and making trouble, but Sari has not seen Ayla for many days. Something bad may have happened to Ayla. When Sari was she blushes, then corrects herself. When Sari was near the Kurak village, she heard the warriors there say Ayla had been captured by Dardan the Huge from the Urali. Sari has searched for the Urali, but their village is hidden. But it must be somewhere to the southeast of the Yularu. We'll make a note of that. Alright, your name is Sari. Sari is my name. Sari, daughter of Mosagan. Mosagan is the shaman for the Yularu. Alright, you said you're Ayla's friend. Sari's best friend is Ayla of the Kurak tribe, but now Ayla is missing. Dardan the Huge of the Urali tribe has captured her. Kuraks live to the west of Yularu, good warriors. Yularu fight them all the time. Too often. If we fought the Myrmideks as often as each other, more Myrmideks would be dead. So, they're having a real ant problem. Everybody's having an ant problem. Myrmideks are evil ant things. They live west of Kurak village and they raid against the people all the time. Kill and eat, kill and eat. Ayla and Sairi wish to unite the tribes against them. Unite them? The tribes cannot stand singly before the Myrmidons. They must unite. Sari knows this, Isla knows this, but Sari and Isla cannot persuade their chiefs of this. There is a legend of one warrior who united the tribes in the past. Has Morgan heard of the story of Oloro? No. Once in the past, the lizards of the jungle became too numerous and fierce, and all the tribes were in danger. All men might have been eaten and destroyed. Yet they would never fight as brothers. When they did not fight the lizards, they fought one another, and even more good warriors died. One warrior was Oloro. Yeah, Oloro of the No tribe. Oloro was an exile. Sahri thinks that he must have been Yolaru once. Oloro went from chief to chief and did a mighty service for each one. Each chief promised to unite with former enemies only if some great service was done. And Oloro went out and did that great service. When each service was done, Oloro went to each chief and said, "When the sound of the greatest drum there could ever be sounds through the jungle, come to that sound and we will destroy the fierce lizards." When all the services were done, he built a great drum on the small hill northwest of Nahuatl Stone Village. It is still called the Hill of the Drum. He beat the drum until all the chiefs and all the warriors assembled. And though there was anger between the warriors, they fought as brothers, and the lizards were killed. Sahri thinks that the new Oloro could come and do the same, for all the warriors know the story of Oloro. If a great warrior could do service for each chief and then build Oloro's drum, the warriors might come. But the chiefs do not listen to Sari. Sari cannot even try to do these great deeds when the chiefs will not listen to her. Sahri wants to be the great warrior. Well, she's going to have to deal with me. I'll unite the tribes for you. Alright. Peace out, Sari. Spirits protect you, Morgan. So she just gave us another quest, which is to unite all the tribes. We got Raftkin. So we got one part of our quest done. But now we need to talk to all the chiefs about uniting, and we'll start here with the Yolaru. See a lean, sharp-eyed, dignified black warrior. Hey, have you ever listened to your tribesmen here, Sari, and thought about uniting these tribes? You speak of uniting the tribes, making allies of enemies? Yes. Why? Because of the threat of the giant ant people. He thinks about it. Good enough reason to stop noble wars? He shrugs. Apaton might consider this, but only to the benefit of whole tribe. Yolaru once had master weapon maker in the tribe, but weapon maker died in Myrmidek's raid. Now we make fewer, poorer weapons. Yay, it's ultimate without the TE. Hey Void, how's it going? Yeah, we're starting out Savage Empire now. To defend against the Myrmidons, against giant lizards, Yolaru need weapons. He who brings weapons to Yolaru will earn friendship of Yolaru. Go to the Nahuatl, who make fine weapons. Bring us 10 Nahuatl swords. Come to Apaton with these weapons and speak again for uniting the tribes. Then Yolaru will help against the Myrmidons, not before. He turns away from you. So we'll take a second to look at our world map. Never played this one. Never played any Ultima game. Well, I'm here so you don't have to. So Tich-Tikadal is the stone city they're talking about. That's south of us. And Jimmy's with the Disquiqui, who looks like they're also south. Well, southwest anyways. Blocked by that giant cliff to the north, so south definitely seems like it makes the most sense to go there. South we go. On the way out of town, let's talk to Sari about the Nahuatl. See if she has anything to say. The Nahuatl are people who built this all in stone. Their stone village is southwest of the Yolaru village. Off we go. Oh, my bad. We headed east out of town. We need to head south out. There we go. This looks right. Sorry, how the hell did you get here so quick? She knows her way around the jungle, I guess. It was kind of cool. It was almost like she escorted us this far. All right. I think we are just above the town we're going to, at that crossroads. Let's check out what's to the east. Very quickly. It's the hill of the drum. No drum here, though. Just some dino bones. What is that? Right there. Kind of looks like a little bit different. You see a shaman. You see a scowling round man with strange look in his eyes. The rotund man looks at you evilly and makes strange barking noises at you. Bark back. Exactly. My feelings exactly. Who needs you? Yeah. Who needs you? We just wanted to have a peek. Continue on our way. Day-night cycle is a lot quicker than it was in Ultima 6. Torches aren't as powerful either. It is nice, though, that when I sleep, it goes directly to daytime. I don't have to pick how many hours I want to sleep. Maybe we'll just pass out in the jungle for the night. Yeah, I got all these necklaces here too. Let's equip them. I'll equip the tooth necklace. And I'll give YOLO the jade necklace. And Rafkin can have the lei. I love this daytime music. No, it doesn't look like there's any ambushes. I've only slept a couple of times, but yeah, it seems like sleeping is pretty safe. You'd think sleeping in Britannia would be more safe than sleeping in the middle of some dinosaur-infested jungle, but what do I know? All right. Here we are at Pt.1. Gonna give her a save. And I'll open up the clue book for the first time. I didn't open it up for the other villages. And read the layout. Which is fine. I mean, I remember the layout, but I would like to still read the village synopsis, so I'll have to do Kurak and Yolaru the next times I go there. But for this place, I actually need to look at the layout, so let's find it. There we go. Pt.1, the Nahuatl town. What's it like? The single largest community in the valley of Eoden is the town of Pt.1, where the Nahuatl live. The Nahuatl are Aztec-like tribesmen, culturally and scientifically advanced from the other tribes in the valley. The Nahuatl build in stone and have constructed a stone palace, stone pyramids, and many buildings. This is the closest you'll see to a modern town in the valley, but don't look for running water, television, or postmen. The famous Drum Hill is near the town, and we visited there, so all good. People, places, and things. There are several interesting places to see when you're in Pt.1. The most interesting are the palace and the prison, but they have their own entries in subsequent pages. Also worth seeing is the shop of Atlipakta, the weapon maker. She has a stock of weapons and armor of the type that the Nahuatl use, so that will be the person we need to go talk to. If you have any emeralds to trade, she'll sell you all the Stone Age armaments, sealed swords, and knives you need. Talk to her about trading. Another shop to visit is that of Paxapatmak, the tailor. If you're in ever need of native Nahuatl dress, this is the place to visit. Also, he'll give you hard currency, emeralds among the Nahuatl, for rare and difficult to retrieve parrot feathers. Ask him about trade, emeralds, and parrot feathers. So we came in right here. We're right there. I'm not going here or here. We don't need these places. They're dangerous. It's a mess. So we'll skip all that. Just these little houses is what we'll do. Teleport plate. I have no idea what that is. But that's our first stop right there at the weapon shop. Now we're looking for swords. Diamonds, who needs those? There's one sword. And we need 10. Just, you know, cruising into people's homes, taking their shit. This, I think, is the guy that can tell us about parrot feathers and give us a bit of money. You see an intense-looking man in native clothing. He looks over your clothing with surprised expression. Blessings of the spirits on the stranger. May I help you with something? Who are you? I am Paxta Mac. I make fine ornaments and feathered robes of the best cloth. Normally I would be able to trade with you, but recently I finished a large feathered cloak and my stock is depleted. As I said, I recently sold my last cloak, and it will take quite some time for me to make another, even if I had the feathers I need. I use only the finest parrot feathers. When I was younger, I could go out and hunt parrots myself. A few minutes of work on a dead parrot with my knife, and I could usually find several usable feathers. He looks at you thoughtfully for a moment. If you were to bring me feathers, I would trade with you for them. 1 emerald for 10 feathers. I don't know how many feathers I get off of 1 parrot, but that seems like kind of a ripoff. I'm going to talk to him about emeralds. Is that the currency just for this town, or is it for all of Eoden? I will trade you 1 emerald for 10 parrot feathers. Alright. May the spirits follow you, Morgan. Oh, I guess there was one more keyword I could have talked to him about. Cloth. Also, I don't remember giving you my name. Cloth made from good flax is wonderfully easy to work with. Soft, easily sewn, easily decorated, much better than the simple hide some tribes use. Yucca plants are a good source of flax, though it can be quite tedious to collect enough for a good garment. Most of them have reddish-orange flowers. There are a couple out behind my house. So we can make cloth from flax, and get flax from yucca flowers, and then use cloth on tar, and then we'll have a fuse for grenades. Deep crafting in this game. Way more so than in 6. So this must be the other person we want to talk to. The blacksmith. You see a sharp-faced and beautiful Aztec woman. Blessings of the spirit on you. I'm Atlipakta. I am crafter of weapons and armor. Perhaps you would care to trade for some of my crafts. I have bows, arrows, knives, swords, armor, and shields. Which would you like? I don't want any, actually, because we can just find a lot of this stuff and steal it from people, so... 1 sword for 3 emeralds. 1 sword for 3 emeralds, 1 emerald for 10 bird feathers. No. No. May the spirits guide you on your path. Do return when you are in need of a well-made weapon. I'll just rob you blind. Very nice. A rock hammer. Oh, got an addle there. Very powerful weapon. Uses spears as ammo though, so we don't want to get into that until I have enough space to be able to carry around plenty of spears. Another one of those rock hammers. I wonder if that's a decent weapon. And a real axe. I'll grab one of those. Not a tomahawk, but an actual head cutter. Lady, move. I need to leave after robbing you. Alright. So how many of our 10 swords do I have? 4? Luckily they don't take up a lot of space. I think I'll rock that axe for now. I mean, I should actually make that last resort. We'll do the bow and arrow. Keeps me a little safer. Big old roast pterodon. No swords there. There we go, got another one. I want to give this cloth armor to Rafkin. But he's weak. I don't want to take his arrows off. Help me out here, man. I guess I'll hold on to that damn bag for now. This thing's got to be put down. That's like 10 stone. A little path. I'll bet you this takes me to that teleportation platform. Hey, a parrot. Hey, parrot. 19 feathers. Okay, not bad. Got a fair little bit off the parrots there. Maybe it doesn't lead to the... Okay, we're getting off track here. Yeah, that's more like it. If we're gonna be running around stealing from people, then we should do it under cover of night. Cat boiglas. Tortillas in a corn and oven out back. Fired clay pots. A soft clay pot and a piece of clay. All right, you know what? Let me drop this grinding stone. Oh, it broke. Huh. So I just shouldn't pick those things up in general then. If I can't put it back down. Alright, Rafkin. Let's send the professor to do some crafting. So we use the oven on this soft clay pot, and we get a fired clay pot. Grab a couple of these other ones, and we'll grab that clay. For when we decide we're gonna make some bombs. I'll just pass out here so we can get some daylight. Bacon blankets. Let me just look at the town layout here real quick. So we just came up from there. So there's another house here. Yeah, with the sword. Good, good. Grab that. What do we got here? A fishing pole. And a bamboo pole. Anything in the pot? Nope. A drop spindle. What's that? Like a spinning top? Okay, let's grab the fishing pole. I'm sure that's really useful later if we start running out of food. And I'll grab this bamboo pole too. I just haven't seen it, so. Too heavy. How the hell heavy could it be? I have 12 stone. Got got 6 swords. Alright, forget it. We'll leave the bamboo then. Alright, we're back to that guy's house. Did I get that one house right here? Yeah. This is the Great Pyramid in the middle of the town. With a sundial at the top. 1 p.m. Haven't talked to anybody here. Let's give them a chat. See a person wearing Aztec-like garments. Yes. What do you wish of me, outsider? What's your name? I am Alrianrala. The native looks alarmed by your foreign appearance and manner. This chick must be a generic villager. I remember seeing her face before. I'm a citizen of Tichtikal. I tend the fields, transport grain, and work on crafts. Elude the thunder lizards and myrmideks. In the field. We all do. I'm a faithful servant of King Huitlapakti. Huitlapakti. Alright, thunder lizards. You know, the great lizards of the jungle and the field. This native is collectively referring to dinosaurs and other prehistoric reptiles. Morgan, do pay attention. The native looks puzzled and does not comment. Well, you never mentioned it to me. Many of us make pots sometimes when we have fine weapon maker. We have a fine weapon maker in Tichtikadal, and our weaver makes very nice cloths and ornaments. Many of us own nice pots. You could make your own if you were to use some clay to form it and then fire it in the kiln. One can get clay from the riverbanks with a digging stick. Sweet. Okay, that's what the digging stick's for. And we've come across a lot of kilns. So if I just use the clay, will it form into a bowl? Yeah, it does. Another sword. And I'm carrying too much. What? Oh, I see. It's not my weight that's too much. It's my actual inventory. In Ultima 6, there was no limit to your inventory like this. You could just scroll down to more slots. Well, we'll just pile up the swords in this bag then. That could be why I wasn't able to grab that bamboo stick either. But I'm not too worried about that. I think we almost got all of our swords. One, two, three, 4, 8. 2 more to go. If I can't find them, then I'll just buy them. Yeah, it looks like there's only 2 more houses I haven't been in. Or, no, wait a minute, I have been in that one. And I've been in this one too. Alright. Well then, let's give the bird feathers over to this feller. Hello again, Morgan. I hope the spirits have been kind. I see you have some feathers. Would you like to sell them to me? Yes. Ah, good. Let me just see how many you've brought for me. Would you take 1 emerald for your 19 feathers? What a jerk. I'm 1 off, and he won't give me the 2nd emerald. Whatever, fine, take it. I had to kill a poor parrot for that. I'll just buy my last 2, the last 2 swords I need. All right, sweet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10. Right on. Let's head back to the Yolaru and give them their weapons. The Avatar's become a hardcore weapons trafficker. Okay, here we go. Here's this teleportation platform. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea where that took me. But, that's cool. Have to remember that. Maybe later on we can get a map or something that'll help me, be able to warp around quicker. So we're headed back to the Yolaru. That's north? North, north, and north. Just pretty much straight up. I'll just travel through the night. I can see this path well enough. Whoa! What was that? Rafkin is grazed and poisoned. By what? Did you carelessly get scratched by a poisonous plant or something, Rafkin? Oh, poisonous snake. That's pretty sweet. Instead of the dangers of gargoyles and... Holy shit. That battle music. Oh, we get triumph music too. Rafkin, you idiot. You're gonna have to just deal with it until we get back to Yolaru and talk to the shaman. Instead of fighting gargoyles and stuff, we gotta worry about getting nipped by asps on the side of the road. That's pretty sweet. I like that. That's a dino. It's a friendly dino, though. A Triceratops. Where the fuck is the Yolaru tribe? I don't remember them being this far up. Oh boy. Alright. I guess we're gonna have to figure out some magic here now. How do we do the magic? Let's see here. Shamans of the Valley of Eoden use tomens and offerings in combination to affect their magic. Da-da-da-da-da. The human skull is the totem of the spirit named Hela's. Gorilla skull. Skull of the jaguar. Human skull with cocoa beans. This combination produces a moderate light for several.
Oh my god.
Oh shit. That music, man. Good timing. Sinitar, how's it going? Hey everybody. Playing some Savage Empire. With the MT32 actually hooked up this time. So, one of my party members is about to die. I'm just trying to figure out how to cast either a healing spell or a cure spell. Okay, so human skull with cocoa. It is weird, yeah. I'm figuring that out already here. Yeah, with this totem, and then you got to use a reagent on the totem. So human skull with cocoa does a light spell. Human skull with Pindi does a map, it looks like. Yopo does can sense hostile intent. Well, I'm already sensing that. I usually get a little blurb there in on the screen when I hear enemies moving around. Okay, gorilla skull with Pindi. Gorilla skull with Pindi, that's what I want. Shamans use this spell to alleviate the effects of wounds and illness of all his comrades. Whether the effects are merely psychosomatic or the Pindi has an actual effect on the healing process has yet to be determined. If it works, it works. Alright, Triolo. Which one's Pindi? We use that on the ape skull, right? No? Use ape skull. Nice. That did it. Well done. Shit. That's a jaguar that just ran up on me. It's a good thing I just saved it. He's like right in my face, so I don't think this bow and arrow is going to do that great. These guys have an edge to them. He already took off 10 hit points with just one swing. Stay away from Rafkin. Okay, we got him. Bum 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 bum. See a dead jaguar. Well, Triolo, why don't you get over here and we can actually get some use out of this body. Get a extra few slabs of meat by cutting it off of him. Thanks for your contribution, Jaguar. I mean, you did attack me in the middle of the night, but it's just your nature. I don't blame you. Finally back at the Yolaru village. And let's all collapse from exhaustion. Yo, Chief! Wake up! I got your swords. We can complete our quest as being a weapon trafficker. Unite the tribes, Chief. Has Morgan brought the weapons for Yolaru? Sure have. He looks you over the collection of weapons you've brought, counting them. As he counts them, he hands them out to Yolaru warriors as they walk past him. He draws back, an expression of satisfaction crossing his face. It is done. The weapons are in the hands of the Yolaru, and the Yolaru will join in Morgan's union of the tribes. And the peasants rejoiced. So that's that. Great. See if I can't. Well, you know what? Actually, I was gonna talk to this shaman. But maybe... No, we'll talk to him. I was like, maybe I'll head back to the Yolaru. Or, the Kurak. Because I know their shaman will heal me for free. This guy might, though. You see a lean, elegant man wearing shamanistic paints. He appears to be chanting to himself, counting on his fingers, but it's hard to tell. He gives you a quick look, obviously hoping that you'll go away, and tries to ignore you. Who are you? Moss again is my name. Do not interrupt. You the shaman? I am the shaman. Oh, he's the father of Sari, too. Hey, I like Sari. She's my pal. His face breaks into a smile and he stops chanting and counting. Yes, Sari is my daughter. Sari is a fine she-warrior. A better warrior than the men of Yolaru. Sari is beautiful and clever as her mother. As busy as her father. He taps his chest, indicating himself. Busy! A thought occurs to him as he begins to look distracted again. Go away, Moss again is busy. What are you so busy doing? Just sitting there. He sighs and ignores you. Well, he's a pretty useless shaman. I guess we will stop by the Kurak and get some free heals. Sari's probably out hunting. I was thinking about talking to her about uniting the tribes again and see if she has something different to say now that I've united her tribe in the war against the Myrmideks. But I haven't had much luck with that kind of stuff in Ultima games. Usually they don't say anything different after you've talked to them once. An army of macaws. I could slaughter them for emeralds. Oh, that's tempting. Let's do it. Let's get some feathers. Kill them! Kill all the parrots! The Avatar was triumphant in extincting a rare species. Alright, we ripped off all their feathers and almost have enough feathers to make back the money we spent on getting those swords. An Ankylosaurus. That was my brother's favorite dinosaur when we were kids. Clubby, he used to call him. Ah, old Clubby. Sorry. Yeah. She's usually out here. Yeah, nothing new to say there. And Tanya, it seems you're the best shaman in Eoden. The spirits tell Intanya that somebody here is unwell. Intanya throws back his head and closes his eyes. You can almost hear the voices of the spirits whispering in his ears. Intanya gasps for breath and spasms as if hit by an electrical current. A hard, hot wind whips across you. Spirit of cuckoos, Intanya invokes you to bestow blessings upon Morgan. And Morgan is healed. Rafkin is healed. The wind dies down and Intanya slowly regains his poise. After a few moments, he looks up, his expression serene. The spirits have been generous, he says. All in your party are well. May the spirits protect you, Avatar. Thanks, Intanya. The crazy, creepy music. Let's fire this clay pot there. I did grab everything I wanted to in this village the last time I was here, didn't I? Jade necklace. Didn't grab that. Oh, starting to get dark again. Yeah, day-night cycle in this is definitely a lot faster. Shit. Damn, they hit hard. That would have been sweet if Saori joined me in the fight. Hit points of damage. Imagine if I came across 2 of those. We don't need the meat. Just gonna go back to the shaman and get healing, but it's late. It's night, he'll be sleeping. And maybe just resting will give me my hit points back. Not many, if any at all. Well, we're right there, so we'll head back. Hey, and Tanya, I know I was just here, but I could use some healing. Alright. Good place for a quick break. We'll be right back. Yo. Alright, so I just remembered that I said we were going to look at the clue book entries for the for each village. So let's rip into that real quickly here. Kurak village. What's it like? The Kuraks live in a nice smallish village in the jungle heart of the Valley Eoden. Those surrounded on all sides by enemies, the Myrmideks, Yolaru, who aren't their enemies anymore, and jungle animals, they survive and thrive in the harsh environment. There are many interesting and helpful Kuraks. You should get to know them. Their chief is Alaron, a wise ruler who looks out for his tribesmen and isn't much interested in personal profit. He likes to talk about his daughter Isla, his old enemies the Yolaru, the Orali, and the Myrmideks, and uniting the tribes. Oh, I guess I should talk to him about uniting the tribes as well. His daughter and heir Isla, an independent woman warrior hunter in a male-dominated tribe. Isla is very curious about the valley and about outsiders and will accompany explorers on their expeditions. She likes to talk about her friend Sari, her dream of uniting the tribes, and about love. She's quite the romantic. Well, she definitely attached herself to me pretty quickly. The shaman mentioned earlier is Intanya, a very wise but somewhat spooky character. When all of us was scattered, he knew he could tell the Avatar where to find Rafkin. Waifu spotted! Hey Hunter, how's it going, man? Yeah, I think we get a jungle waifu. It's maybe we get a few because I've had a couple come on to me here. I like Sari the best, to be honest, if I could have a choice. When all of us was scattered, he knew he could tell the Avatar where to find Rafkin and yours truly, Jimmy Malone. He could also heal just about any wound short of decapitation, and I sometimes think he could manage that too. His apprentice is Triolo, who is less knowledgeable than the chief shaman, but who is willing to accompany a part of Greenhorn explorers and help them through the rough spots. Another person of note is Tristia. She and Isla together constitute a Stone Age beauty contest. Between them, I'd say Tristia's the more earnest competitor, but Isla wins Miss Congeniality hands down. Yeah, Tristia's crazy. Talk to Tristia about Isla and her foster father, Alaron, and about burning things. Her hobby, I think. I don't recommend you get too personal with her. Well, I couldn't help it. I tried to say goodbye and... then her eyes rolled into the back of her head and she fainted. She also doesn't wear any clothes. Stay far away from Tristia. Oh! Dude! Every time I come out of this damn village, I get assaulted by jaguars. I refuse to go back for heals this time. Alright, I'm gonna head back to the Yolaru, then I'm gonna go south down back to Nahuatl City. Whatever it's called, Tichtikatl, and then we'll go southeast from there to the Disquiqui, which is where Jimmy is supposedly. Speaking of the Disquiqui, maybe the prof can tell us a little bit about the tribes we've visited. Yes? Who? He adjusts his spectacles, looks at you absentmindedly. Oh, it's my old friend Morgan. Hey, what do you think about those Nahuatl that we met? They were pretty weird. Nahuatl. The Nahuatl men in this valley seem to be descended from the same race which developed into the Aztecs of Central America. Their city, Tixticatl, is due south of Ularo village. How about them Disquiqui? The Disquiqui are interesting tribe. They seem to have broken away from the conflict-oriented tradition of many of the other groups. Their village lies west of Nahuatl. Southwest, to be exact. Visual novel. You know what? Ultima games are actually quite similar to visual novels in a lot of ways. I'd like to crack into a few of those. Some of the good ones that I've played. Who knows? Next month is Blade Runner month. Maybe I'll go through Snatcher. Let me take a second here and look at the Ularo tribe too. Oh. It always freaks me out a little bit when the music changes like that. Yo Laru. I wish they had these pages organized in a way that makes more sense. You know, they show the villages as you would meet them. Anyways, Ularo Village. The Ularo village is built in the central jungle region of the valley. Since it's so central, it sees a lot of traffic of villagers and dinosaurs, and its inhabitants are consequently tough and clever. Apaton is the chief of the Ularo. He's a somber and responsible man who constantly thinks of the welfare of his tribe. He also has the instincts of an outer world arms merchant. Yeah, we did a little bit of that by giving him all those badass obsidian swords. Talked to him about Professor Rafkin and uniting the tribes. The tribal shaman is Mossigan, a rather distracted man. I never managed to exchange more than about 6 words with him. Don't expect to gain any useful insights from him. Mossigan's daughter is Sari. She's an interesting one. Like Isla, a she-warrior, she has a reputation as a devil's advocate and a cause of mischief. Talked to her about her job, her friend Isla, and the story of the warrior, Oloro, which we did, of course. Professor Elliot, Archimedes Rafkin, stayed behind in the Valley of Aedan when I left. He had been a sort of shaman for the Ularo, and if you want to find him in the valley, his village is the first place you should look. Talk to him about the tribes. He's learned a lot about them, and making rifles, grenades, and gunpowder, at which he's become very proficient. Continue on our trek here. Dude. $33 hit points. I actually think it's really cool how the jaguars, they bust out of the jungle so quickly and do like an immediate attack, and then they try to back off. like they're trying to catch me by the neck to bring me down quick, and then when it fails, they're just like, "Oh shit, peace." Mischievous kitties. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Now that I have a lot more inventory space, I'm going to, yeah, I should have way more free weight, yeah. So let's go back to Titch-de-Coddle here and grab a couple of things I left behind. I've got a guy named Triolo, like YOLO. YOLO of the Tri-Crossbow, Triolo, I like it. Yeah, it is YOLO himself, I'm thinking. They sort of infer that it's YOLO. Shamino also is in the game. I haven't seen Dupre, but they got knocked on the noggin and fell through a moon gate or something. Stuff off screen that you don't really read about or hear happening or anything. And have somehow got themselves trapped in this valley here with me, but they don't remember me. Just gonna rob this person a little bit more and get myself some leather armor. Oh yeah, there was that bamboo pole I wanted too. Let me grab that too. This town's really disorienting whenever I hit like open stretches of brick like this. It's like I can never tell my direction. There we go. We want that. Oh hey, I got all those bird feathers too. I should sell those. Yes. So close to getting 6 emeralds, but I don't want to spend the time to hunt down another parrot. I hope the parrots respawn and I didn't just wipe them out. Darth, hey, how's it going, man? I started from scratch. I started over the game just because of how much problems I was having there last stream and how it was cutting out a couple of times. But we've caught back up to where I was, and then some. Where the hell's the road? Is this the right road I want? Yes, it is. I'll just rest right here. Retro, hey, how's it going, man? Good to see ya. Good to see everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. Okay, so we want to go southwest. Let me look at my world map here. We're off to the Disqueequee. So I do want to go west from this road to another crossroad that runs south, and then we want to take east at another crossroad. So west, south, west. West, southwest. Well, thanks, Darth. Yeah, I did finish Ultima 6 Retro. I did, yep. Had a little bit of problems there at the end. I got soft locked out of the ending. But I ended up finding out what my problem was, and I attached the true ending to the FM Towns version of Ultima 6 to an arcade stream I did. Alright, this doesn't seem right. The road stopped now. Do we just keep going west? It does kind of look like the road does stop. Yeah, I agree. It's a beautifully colored map. I read about it though. Apparently, it was paper. When mostly they do packing cloth maps. This one was just paper. Still, sure is nice though. Really like the colors on it. The problem at the end of Ultima 6 was I had buried one of my moonstones. I buried the Stone of Sacrifice. Yeah, there we go. I buried the Stone of Sacrifice on the Altar of Sacrifice. And when I found that out, I was still a little worried because I was digging away at the ground with a shovel, and shovels don't do anything. So that wasn't working. But, whoa, what's that? That's a goddamn saber-toothed tiger. I don't know how confident I feel to take on a saber-toothed tiger. So far, everything in this game has been pretty dangerous. We do have the ranged advantage. Nice kill. Good job, everybody. How about that? I was worried about nothing. It did hit me, though. Oh, man. Everything hits so goddamn hard. I'm used to being powerful. Like, I was quite powerful in 6. How are we doing on food? Yeah, let's make use of this kill and get some meat. Oh, what? I got a pelt and some meat. I wonder what I do with all these pelts. Throw the meat on our food bitch. Wrong pouch. But yeah, so in the end, there was a blue moon gate there at the Shrine of Sacrifice, and it was just sitting there, and I'm like, why is this moon gate there? And I did a little bit of reading up, and when you bury a moonstone, it makes a moon gate pop up, and that moon gate will always be there. It'll always be there so long as there's moons in the sky. And there's moons in the sky even during daytime in Ultima. Or I should say in Britannia in general. And that's why I always saw this moon gate here. And so when there's no moons in the sky, the moon gate disappears and you're able to get your stone back. But because the gate was always there, I had no idea how to get my stone back. I just kind of lucked out. And the gate disappeared one time when I was looking there, and there was the stone, and I was able to finish the game properly. I was pretty pissed when I thought that I wouldn't be able to bring an end to my 40+ hour file in Ultima 6, though. So this north path should be where the Disquiqui are. Game has good sound. Yeah, it definitely does. Actually, this might be my favorite soundtrack so far. Hey, Fragmental, how's it going? What's up, man? I want to thank you and Duke a lot for your help there last stream. I ended up figuring out how to solve most of my problems. I haven't been having any hang-ups this game so far. And as you can hear, I got the MT32 working as well, so thanks a bunch for that, man. Yeah, Ultima 6 definitely has a very fussy interface, for sure. I mean, I'm pretty used to it by now. One thing I love about Ultima 6, though, is these portraits. Man, these portraits are good. I just really like the art style on them for some reason. Especially in 6, there was some real colorful characters. Not while foes are near. Okay, do we go down this stairs? And can I cross this river here? Hey, Disquiqui. I'd like to nap, though. There we go. Nice. Well, yeah, thanks again, man. Alright, let's take a look at the Disquiqui tribe in our clue book. Concisely. Well, I think a big problem of why I was freezing up was the cycles that I had it set on. I had the game set to fixed cycles of 1400 because that's what worked for Ultima 4 and 5. And I think it busted this game up pretty bad. So I set the cycles to auto, and then I did the auto lock for the mouse on false, which I don't know if that helped or anything, but I definitely like it a lot better because I can switch between screens a lot easier now. And what was my problems with the MT32? There was a lot of screwing around I had to do with that one, so I don't know if I can really remember everything that I did to get it to work. Right, well, I think one of the big things that was the problem was I had to use the Ultima patcher. Yeah, that was the big solution. I forgot about that. There's a great program for the Ultima games called the Ultima patcher, and it adds in a lot of support for a lot of things per Ultima title. I don't actually know if Savage Empires was supposed to support Roland or not. Natively, but with the Ultima patcher I was able to patch it to make that work, and also with the Ultima patcher I was able to go into the setup menu for the DOS setup menu for Savage Empires and then set it to recognize the MT32. So I think those were my big issues there with that. Yeah, and I did change the setting to 1 in DOSBox config. That was another thing that I did, yeah. But I don't know how close I would have been, because I think that it was really the Ultima patcher that saved me there and got it working, which is a real great program. I did actually use that with Ultima 4 and 5 for the VGA graphics. Yeah, it's MIDI config or something like that. Alright, anyways. Disqueaquee. We're looking for the Disqueaquee. And we'll recognize the Disqueaquee by their crazy-ass face. There they are. Hell yeah. The Disqueaquee. What are the Disqueaquee like? The Disqueaquee village is the merriest, happiest place in the Valley of Eoden. It's the only 24-hour village in the valley. Oh, so even when I came in at night, people wouldn't have been sleeping. If you go to the Disqueaquee village, you'll be struck by the festive air. At all hours of the day or night, you'll find people surrounding the main feasting area, dancing, singing, eating spit roast jungle animals, and drinking a potent brew of fermented coconut milk called plachta. If they ever honor you by giving you a jug of plachta, don't waste it or fritter it away. They make that offering only once. Disqueaquee hospitality is legendary. Shortly after my arrival in the valley, I spent several idyllic weeks in the company of the Disqueaquee. They put me up with the best hut in the village and offered me the hand of their princess in marriage. If you visit them, you'll probably receive the same hospitality. Though the Disqueaquee are not violent people, the village is not 100% safe. Wild animals know that the Disqueaquee are basically peaceful, which here means helpless, and sometimes stay near the village to prey on the inebriated. Brutal. You'll definitely want to meet Chaffblum, their chieftain. He's brash and strange, and any conversation with him is an experience to remember. He'll gladly talk to you about his daughter, Gwalblum, uniting the tribes, the drum maker Turomax, and the tribe's problems with the dinosaur called Sharptooth. Chaffblum's daughter is the heir is Gwalblum. She's a fun lady with a terrific personality. Be careful, though, as she's definitely the marrying kind. So far, every girl I've come across is. And you may not know all the local customs concerning engagement and marriages. The tribal shaman is Larafin. He's a baffling combination of inebriation and confusion. He's good at pulling splinters, but his knowledge of healing seems to be otherwise pretty limited. When you're in the Disqueaquee village, look for Larry, their only responsible citizen, the designated driver for the whole culture. She's also cook for villagers. Ask her about the stir-fried chocolate chameleon and parrot dish. It's something. Also ask her about her duties with Disqueaquee prisoners. When we were in Eoden, so I want to talk to her first. Larry, because we're looking for Jimmy. That's why we're here. That's a really good face, yeah. Hey, Roskeld, thanks for the follow, buddy. When we were in Eoden, the Disqueaquee were also sheltering Mokhtapodal, ruler in exile of Tichdikadal. He was a gloomy Gus, remaining stolid. I don't even know that word. And upright as amorous Disqueaquee women draped flower lays around him. And all he wanted to talk about was warfare and reconquering Tichdikadal. Well, if he's a disposed ruler, I can understand why. Talk to him about his time in exile and uniting the tribes. He's also knowledgeable about the Nahuatl and the tribes other than the Nahuatl. One non-resident Disqueaquee of note is Tuomax. He's a drum maker and sufficiently crazy that even the abnormal Disqueaquee themselves banished him. Find him on Drum Hill. Oh, that was the crazy dude we met on Drum Hill. Okay. If you want an interesting discussion about drums, talk to him about his job. If I ever return to the valley, I'll probably end up here. So if you ever spot Jimmy Malone, ask me about my notebook. It's where I keep all my current thoughts and observations. Okay, yeah, you take care, Roskeld. Yeah, I've been playing through the whole series, so if you have any interest in Ultima games, you definitely found the right place. I have highlights for all previous Ultima games. Leading up to this one, anyways. Alright, so we need Larry. Or Larry. Yeah, peace, dude. Boom, 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 boom. Here's the party everybody was talking about. That's their shaman. Nice. He looks like a member of the Three Stooges. He looks like Larry. But the real Larry we're looking for is a woman, so could this be her? You see a clear-eyed, amused-looking native woman. Ah, it is a strange warrior. What would a real warrior want with among the Disquiqui? She gives you a long, curious look. What's your name? Yeah, this is our Larry. This is the Larry we're looking for. Often called Layray of the not enough plachta. Layray, the not drunk enough. Layray is in charge of feeding the prisoners. It is usually very easy, for our warriors are not good enough to capture anyone. But now Layray must work, for we have a prisoner. His name is Jimmy. He's in one of the huts. She waves distractedly in the direction of the village hut. Jimmy's my friend. Alright, so he's here in one of the huts. I guess we'll just look for him. Good choice. Better anywhere than Disquiqui Village. So we're looking for a prison hut. Damn, the Disquiqui really do party down. Where's that town map? Oh. Well, there's a hut with no windows. Hey! Oh, it did hang up. Well, that's the first time that's happened. There we go. Just seems like it needs a minute sometimes. Like it's thinking too fast. There's our boy, Jimmy. That's awesome, I can talk to him through the window. You see a lanky, sharp-eyed man in his mid-20s. Hey, Morgan! Go around inside and unlock this door and let me out of here. A stone head. A broken dinosaur egg. And a pepper. Yeah, he's definitely a play off of Jimmy Olsen. You know, if you've given up on Isla, I'd sure like to go after her myself. Jimmy. Poor Jimmy. You're way out of her league. Too much action muddle your brains, Mr. Adventurer? Jimmy Malone, he scribbles something in his notebook. Just give me a second here to scratch out some of these notes that I made. Yes, I had many notes. Notebook. Sounds like you've heard some interesting stuff out there. Fill me in. Jimmy scribbles furiously in his notebook as you spend several minutes telling him what you've learned about uniting the tribes. Thanks, boss. This'll make great reading back home. Let me run this back to you to make sure I've got it. Oh, nice. He's giving me quest updates. Aileron of the Kuraks wants you to rescue his daughter Isla from Dardan the Huge. And don't pretend that you don't have some more personal motivation for that mission, Morgan, old pal. I'm not your old pal, and I do have personal motivation. I want to cave Dardan's head in. You've already come up with the squad's worth of swords for the Yolaru, so their chief Apaton is in. You don't know what Chaftblum wants. He's the chief of the Disquiqui. If he wants me to marry his daughter Goldblum, then this mission is doomed already. That's the list, boss. Cool. Well, what can you tell me about the Disquiqui? Oh, those Disquiqui natives feed you fermented coconut milk all the time, he shudders. Chaftblum's the chief, and Goldblum's his daughter. Chaftblum, king of the Disquiqui tribe, one grumpy, evil-tempered son of a gun, and has a face like a washboard somebody's taken a hammer to. Damn. He's got a bad temper, but he ain't no warrior? She's the Disquiqui princess, Chaftblum's daughter. Looks like a statue of Buddha. They want to marry me to her. He shivers. Well, Jimmy, you're going to have to do what you got to do, but join up. All right, then let's go. Yeah, thrilling to talk to you, too. All right, the team is getting bigger. Now we have Jimmy Malone, ace reporter, on our side. Jimmy, you look soft as the rest. You can have this bow and arrow. I'll keep using this axe. Maybe I should have gotten me one of those obsidian swords. Actually, we'll give Rafkin the jade necklace. Jimmy can have the lays. All right. Oh, well, that must be Goblum. See, a drunken monstrosity. Oh, drunken, monstrously overweight, friendly woman. Well, she looks like a monstrosity, too. Ho, handsome man, perhaps he will stay with us. She gives you a flirtatious look over the rim of the bowl she is drinking from. The Disquiqui need more good, strong men among us. She indicates herself. Goblum. She pronounces it Gwoblum. She has to think about it. Then she brightens up, drinking pulque. Goblum also dances. Goblum is Chief's daughter. Goblum will soon be bride of Jimmy Malone. Pulque. She offers you a sip from her bowl. Pulque is very, very good. It smells like celery that has been out in the sun for a few days. Do you drink it? No. No, Pulque wasn't the drink that they told me to drink for custom. This is something else. She draws back, looking disappointed. Make Gwoblum sad. Perhaps she will offer you nothing else. She bats her eyes at you. Yeah, that's fine. You're Jimmy's girl anyways, aren't you? Jimmy Malone? Gwoblum knows the name of Jimmy Malone. Jimmy Malone will soon be Gwoblum's mate. When we will be wed when this celebration ends. Jimmy speaks up, whispering. Lucky for me, celebrations never end around here. Gwoblum smiles sweetly. Gwoblum heard that mate-to-be Jimmy Chaffblum will call a halt to celebration when Gwoblum is ready to marry Jimmy. Another partygoer cuts in. Friend. Larry hates Gwoblum. Gwoblum's father is Chaffblum, wisest man in all the world. He is chief of Disquiqui, brews the best pulque in all the world. Alright, I'm good. Okay. That's too much of a coincidence. We got a chieftain that looks like that. And we got a shaman that looks like this. Where's Curly? Talk to everybody else before I talk to Chief. Just some party animals. Bleary-eyed, drunken-looking, and smelling native. Yes? My name is Warona. At least it was this morning. Our chaff is Chief Blum. Our chief is Chaffblum. Strong warrior, mighty leader. Chaffblum is around the feast somewhere. I'm gonna eat this cooked paradon. How? Bleary-eyed, drunken-looking, and smelling native. Oh, he's just going to say the same stuff as the girl. Alright, that guy looks different. That must be the disposed king of the Nahuatl. See a balding, curly-haired, wild-eyed shaman. What? What? He's sawing two sticks together, and it doesn't look as though he wants to be interrupted. Who's asking? He sneers. Well, our visitor. Tell our visitor your name, or Chaffblum will hit you so hard, your hair'll be straight. Chowderhead? Oh, that is different. I am Larafin. Larry Finn. Whoop, 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 whoop. Nyuk, nyuk. Larafin is shaman of whole tribe. Larafin is famous healer. I could do with some healing. Yes, Larafin is great healer. He looks nervous. Does one here need healing? Oh, he looks uncomfortable. Then Larry Finn must heal. He puts down his sticks. He pats around his fur garments, then brightens up. Larry Finn does not have his spirit tokens. Cannot heal, sorry. Larry Finn does not even know how to heal. Larry Finn is rotten shaman. Liar! That woman was withered crone until Larry Finn healed her. Larry Finn is what has that backwards. Larry Finn gets his hands on a woman. She turns into a withered old crone. Oh, she'll be sorry. The next time she has a splinter, no one can take out a splinter as Larry Finn can. Oh, I said that wrong. Huh. Jimmy? Larry Fine. All right. Goodbye. Time to talk to the boss, I guess. Against all sense, Morgan has returned to the Disquiqui. Doken-kun! Thanks for the host, buddy. Good to see you again. I really like Savage Empire so far. I mean, it doesn't have the depth and the breadth of mainline Ultima series, just because, you know, they continue to build on each other. But Savage Empire, I like the style of it. I really like the soundtrack too, actually. Fun getting attacked by jaguars and stuff instead of trolls. She gonna say anything about me rescuing Jimmy? Okay, yeah, here's a little bit different. But now Leire must work because we have a prisoner. In fact, there he is. Hello, Jimmy. Hello, doll. You're a rotten cook. Leire has never been in charge of a prisoner before. How did Jimmy get out? Morgan here staged a jailbreak. I'm escaping, see? Care to come along? Maybe if it were just Morgan. But if Jimmy is going along, Leire will stay here. See a short, scowling, black-haired, drunken native man. Oh, a wise man, eh? All the time I was locked up by these Disqueequee, I had the weird feeling I'd seen this guy somewhere before. Then why'd you ask? He whacks you with his jug of platcha. Yuck, yuck, yuck. He whacks you with a wooden spoon. Chaffblum did not tell you to speak. Now Chaffblum will tell you his name. Never tell you his name. He thinks about that for a moment and tries to figure out what went wrong and scowls. Oh, yes. It's a bunch of knuckleheads. Chaffblum is father of Gwoblum, and Chaffblum is a lizard wrestler. 2 jobs, very much same. No, he is not. Chaffblum is chief of Disqueequee tribe. Shut up. Chaffblum did not ask you. He whacks the native with a wooden spoon. Chaffblum is modest lizard wrestler. Daddy Chaffblum is greatest chief in all the valley. His scowl grows deeper. Chaffblum has never seen that woman before in his life. Alright. Chaffblum. I wonder if they ate Curly. Yeah, he doesn't seem to be around. Oh, maybe he's the exiled guy on the drum hill. I didn't really get a good look at his picture, but I think he was a fat, bald dude. You want to make an alliance with the Disqueequee and other tribes? Keep other tribes from humiliating. Attacking Disqueequee all the time? Yes, we'll gladly join an alliance. Wait! Must always strike bargain first. Traditional way. Demand test of virtue. Test of bravery. Test of skill. Larry Fine is right. Cannot join alliance until you pass 3 tests. He gives you a close look and turns back to Larry Finn. 2 tests. This one never passes test of virtue. True. 2 tests enough. Bravery and skill. First test. Bravery. He pulls up a big jug of clotted white liquid. Called plachta. You must sample its smooth and delicate flavor. Even from here it smells like a paper mill having an early morning belching duel with a stockyard. Time to test bravery. Brave enough to drink it? Do you drink from the jug of plachta? Now this is the stuff that they told me in the book not to refuse. Lifting the jug to your lips, you gamely swallow some of the harsh liquid. A cheer goes up from the crowd. You shudder as toxic goo crawls down your throat. For a moment you can't remember your name. Your legs and mouth go numb. Your eyes snap open and won't shut. You feel something like steam whistling out of your nose, your ears and nose. Then you go blind. It blacked out his picture. You hear Chaffblum's voice. Good placha today. But your sight does return. What would be a good test of skill? Marrying Gwoblum. No, that is another test of bravery. Man, these guys are out of control. Gwoblum throws a double handful of fruit at the other woman. Wait, I know, this man must put a noisemaker on Sharptooth. The crowd cheers. There's a big lizard near here, usually southeast of village. We call it Sharptooth. Stands tall like hut. Each Disqueequee warriors wanders around staggering afterwards, but always comes back for more. For test of skill, must put Noisemaker on Sharptooth so Disqueaquy warriors can hear Sharptooth coming. Sharptooth, wasn't that the name of the Tyrannosaurus in, God, what is that movie? Land Before Time. Father, that would be stupid. If we hear Sharptooth coming, we might become frightened and run away. Ignore her. He whacks her with a spoon. Larry Fine, give him the Noisemaker. The shaman hands you a large copper bell, rather like a cowbell. Put that on Sharptooth, then we join alliance. Gwoblum begins sniffling. Nice man will be all eaten up. Only great warrior could hold Sharptooth still and put Noisemaker on it. Daughter is right. Morgan is one dead warrior. Too bad. Spear of Schmap. Spear of Schmap. Good idea. Schmap was a strange member of the Disqueaquy. Not like the rest of us. Liked to pull teeth out of big lizards. Schmap would put a big skin of platcha on point of spear and hit the lizard with it. Lizard would fall down. Not surprising. So would Chaffbum. Here is more platcha for the spear of Schmap. Shamap? Schmap. Don't use it before you make spear. Jimmy has been frantically writing all this down in his notebook, as everyone has been speaking. It was a severe test of my masterful shorthand speed, Morgan, old platcha friend, but I got it. All right. Want more Plachta? Sure, give me another hit. Too bad, get your own. Let's ask about Sharptooth. Sharptooth is a big lizard, bigger lizard than even Larry Fine over there. Larry Fine heard that. Sharptooth lives southeast of village most of the time. Eats Disqueaquy warriors and sleeps it off rest of the time. Rittens is good. Alright, we gotta hunt ourselves a dino. And he said that was southeast of the village. Let's see if we can find this guy. Here's my cowbell. I guess this is the Plachta. Oh, we'll need a spear to throw the Plachta on. I better search the village for one. There's been spears in every village, so I'm sure there is one. Dagger and some sticks. Oh, we got more arrows. I'll grab those. One arrow. And a damn pterodon just lying on the floor dead. Be a bummer if there's no spear in here. Addles, but no spear. The hell is that? I don't recognize that. A bark shield. Yeah, I can use that. I'm not gonna find anything at night. Yeah, I did get the MIDI running Lars. Yeah, we're listening to it right now in Roland MT32. And yeah, I think they're PC only. There is actually a Famicom version of this game. But as far as computer goes, I think they were DOS. Yeah, DOS only. Get some sunlight here. Yeah, they got addle-addles laying around, which are spear chuckers, but they don't have any spears? What the hell? Let me just look at the town layout here. Well, I don't know. The thing I'm reading actually says that there should be one in this this house here. Oh, it looks like... That looks like one. Yeah, underneath the shield. Golden. Let's go kill us a dino. I guess actually we're not looking to kill it. We just want to put a bell around the neck. Hey, Triceratops. Okay, for starters, I went in the wrong direction last time. He said it was southeast, and I went southwest. Ho ho ho! A Tyrannosaurus. I think that's our guy. Alright. Use the Plachta on the spear. Now we have Spear of Schmap. And I'll do this sneaky avatar style. Don't mind me, Dino. Hey! Awesome. You put the bell on the dinosaur's neck. Cool. Easy peasy. Now I'll bash its brains in while it sleeps. Boom, 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 boom. I bet you I have to attack this damn thing like all day long if I actually want to kill it. Hanging up on me again. Alright. Let's, everybody attack. Yeah! Yeah, I don't think that's going to do anything. Alright. I'm not worried about that spear. There's spears everywhere. We'll just leave it stuck in the side of the dino. Head back and tell Mo our success. I mean Chaffblum. Oh, you again. Morgan did well, can hear Sharptooth, and plenty of time to run away. We'll join Morgan's union of tribes when the time comes. Why don't you just join me? Alright, we've convinced another tribe to join us. Just tell Jimmy what's up. Okie dokie. Ever since you started talking about uniting the tribes and talking to their chiefs, I've been taking notes. Here's what I've got. Yeah. Yeah. We've already belled that cat, T-Rex, for the Disquiqui, so their chief Chaffblum is now your dear friend, and I'm still single. He draws a hand across his brow, wiping away imaginary nervous sweat. That's the list, boss. That's the list. And that's the stream. We're gonna call it here for the day. Successful run. Oh, you can hear the music now. Has it been too quiet? Has it seemed very quiet? The game music? I don't think it's as loud as it was before, now that it's using the Roland. Because there's greater depth to the sound. Oh, it's been at a good level. Okay, good. Great, I wouldn't want you guys to miss out on these badass jungle beats. But yeah, like I say, we're gonna wrap this one up here, and yeah, thanks for coming by again, as always, everybody. I'm happy with how smooth this one's been compared to the last time I tried starting this game. So yeah, love me some jungle drums too, man. All right, everybody take care, and stick around. I'm going to find somebody here to host. And we'll catch y'all next time. Maybe even tomorrow night.
These Russian dentists make some pretty good dentures. Hot damn. Any similarity between persons living or dead, especially dead, is purely accidental. Yeah. Very accidental. Like 1 in a million, maybe.